What if All for One experimented on a young Izuku Midoriya, giving him spatial manipulation quirks that rival the most dangerous villains? But Izuku was saved and was adopted by none other than Eraserhead himself. Imagine Aizawa raising a traumatized kid with reality-bending room abilities, teleportation powers, and surgical precision moves. Picture father-son training sessions where Deku learns to use law-like techniques for heroic purposes instead of villainy. Today, we're diving into the darkest yet most heartwarming what if that changes everything.
Welcome, legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
The UA entrance exam arena shook with explosions and the sounds of combat as hopeful students battled mechanical opponents across the urban testing ground. Most participants were frantically rushing about, desperate to accumulate points by destroying robots. One participant moved differently. A lean young man with dark green hair walked calmly through the chaos, hands in the pockets of his black uniform. His sharp emerald eyes surveyed the battlefield with clinical detachment. Unlike the others, Izuku Midoriya wasn't running, he wasn't shouting, he wasn't even visibly using his quirk, until he was. "Room," he said quietly, extending his tattooed hand. A translucent blue sphere expanded outward, encompassing a 50-meter radius around him. Three three-pointer robots charged toward him, sensing a seemingly defenseless target. Shambles. In an instant, the robots were disassembled, their components floating harmlessly in the air before clattering to the ground. Izuku hadn't even broken stride. "Scan," he murmured, sensing the positions of every combatant and robot within his domain. A zero-pointer, the massive obstacle meant to be avoided, was rampaging 2 blocks away. He smiled thinly. Izuku raised his hand and a circular portal opened before him. He stepped through, emerging directly in front of the towering mechanical beast. Students scattered in panic as the robot raised its massive fist to crush the seemingly foolish applicant who had teleported into its path. "Tact," Izuku stated, flicking his fingers upward. The robot froze mid-motion, then slowly began to rise into the air, its tons of metal suddenly weightless within Izuku's spatial domain. "Pressure," he continued, closing his hand into a fist. The robot imploded, crushed by spatial forces that defied conventional physics. The twisted metal ball of what had been a zero-pointer crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust cleared, Izuku stood unmoved, not a hair out of place. The other applicants stared in shocked silence. This wasn't just power, it was absolute control. In the observation room, the UA faculty watched with varied expressions. "That's your kid, isn't it, Aizawa?" Present Mick whistled. Eraserhead's face remained impassive, but there was a hint of pride in his voice. "He's not showing off. That's just efficiency." "His spatial manipulation is remarkable," Principal Nezu observed. "The precision is extraordinary for someone his age." Recovery Girl nodded. "He's been practicing his control for years. The medical applications alone are revolutionary." "You both seem quite familiar with young Midoriya's abilities," All Might noted. "We should be." Recovery Girl replied, "Shota and I have been raising him since he was 4. All Might raised an eyebrow, but before he could inquire further, Aizawa cut in. "His past is his business. What matters is what he does with his power now." His eyes never left the monitor showing his adopted son. "And he's going to be the best hero we've ever seen." Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old when his world ended. He remembered fragments, his mother's scream, his father's desperate attempt to fight back, and the tall man with no face who had come for him specifically. The man who killed his parents while Izuku watched, paralyzed with terror. Such a promising specimen, the faceless man had said, patting Izuku's head with mock affection. Don't worry, little one. You're going to help me create something wonderful. The next year was an endless nightmare of needles, surgeries, and experiments, scientists in masks hovering over him, injecting him with burning compounds that rewrote his DNA. The facility was underground, sterile, and cold. Other children were there too, though fewer each day as the failed experiments were disposed of. Izuku survived because his body accepted the spatial manipulation quirk factor they forced into him. He endured because, even at 4, something in him refused to break. He remembered the day everything changed again. Alarms blaring, explosions rocking the facility. Men in suits rushing about in panic, abandoning their workstations. Through the observation window of his containment cell, he saw a massive battle on the monitors. A golden-haired hero fighting the faceless man who had taken him. Then darkness as the power failed, and silence as the facility was abandoned. Hours or days later, Izuku couldn't tell. Light returned when the door to his cell was wrenched open. A man with long black hair and tired eyes found him. The man stared at Izuku for a long moment, taking in the surgical scars, the emaciated frame, the hollow eyes that had seen too much. "My name is Aizawa," the man said, kneeling to Izuku's level. "I'm a pro-hero. You're safe now." Izuku hadn't spoken in months, not since the scientist had punished him for crying out during procedures, but something in the man's direct gaze made him trust. "I'm Izuku," he whispered, his voice rusty from disuse. Aizawa nodded. "Do you have family waiting for you, Izuku?" Izuku shook his head, the memory of his parents' murder flashing behind his eyes. "Then you're coming with me," Aizawa decided, wrapping Izuku in his capture scarf for warmth. "We'll figure out the rest later." Later became 11 years of training, healing, and rebuilding. Recovery Girl had been essential to his physical rehabilitation, spending countless hours reversing the damage done to his young body. During those sessions, she had taught him anatomy, medicine, and the healing arts. Aizawa had become his guardian, his mentor, and the closest thing to a father he would ever have again. From him, Izuku learned discipline, tactics, and the mindset of a true hero. And through it all, Izuku discovered what had been done to him, the spatial manipulation quirk that had been artificially created in his body. The power that, in another life, might have made him a villain's weapon. Instead, he would make it his own. "You passed the entrance exam with the highest score in UA history," Aizawa stated as they walked home from the train station. It wasn't a question or even a compliment, just a fact. "The test was poorly designed," Izuku replied. "It rewarded flashy powers over tactical thinking." "And yet you excelled at both," Aizawa noted. The faculty was impressed. Recovery Girl wasn't surprised. No, she wasn't. A rare smile crossed Aizawa's face. "She's expecting you tomorrow for your weekly session." Izuku nodded. Their walks home had followed this pattern for years, brief conversations that conveyed more in what wasn't said than what was. Neither was particularly talkative, and both preferred it that way. "Will having me in your class be a problem?" Izuku asked after a moment. "No, I won't show you favoritism." "I wouldn't want you to." Aizawa glanced at his adopted son. At 16, Izuku had grown into his power with a confidence that belied his age. The scrawny, traumatized child was gone, replaced by a young man whose calculating intelligence was matched only by his extraordinary control over space itself. "Just remember what we agreed when you decided to apply to UA," Aizawa said. "I know. At school, you're not my father, you're my teacher. And I shouldn't disassemble any of my classmates without express permission," Izuku added with the faintest hint of a smile. Aizawa snorted. "At least, not on the first day." Recovery Girl's office was Izuku's sanctuary. Since childhood, he'd spent countless hours here, first as a patient, then as a student, and eventually as an assistant. "Your cellular regeneration is still accelerated," she noted, reviewing his latest scans, a side effect of the forced quirk adaptation. Izuku nodded, already aware of this peculiarity in his physiology. "It's useful in combat." "It's useful for staying alive," she corrected, giving him a stern look over her glasses. "Those monsters did one thing right. They made you resilient." "They made me a weapon," Izuku replied evenly. "I chose to be something else." Recovery Girl's expression softened. "And you've succeeded magnificently." She handed him a medical journal. "I published our research on spatial manipulation in surgical applications. Your contribution is properly credited. Izuku accepted the journal, a hint of pride showing through his composed exterior. Did you tell them your research assistant is 16? I told them my research assistant is brilliant, she countered. Age is irrelevant. She watched as he flipped through the article, noting how his eyes quickly absorbed and analyzed the information. In many ways, Recovery Girl had become the grandmother Izuku never had. The only person besides Aizawa who knew the full extent of what he had endured. Now, she said, pulling out a medical mannequin, show me how you've refined your internal spatial manipulation technique. Izuku set down the journal and extended his hand. Room, he said, creating a small spherical field around the mannequin. With surgical precision, he began demonstrating how he could rearrange internal structures without breaking the skin, a technique he had developed for emergency field medicine. Extraordinary, Recovery Girl murmured as she watched him repair a simulated aortic tear. You could revolutionize trauma surgery with this approach. It still requires too much concentration for field use, Izuku noted critically. I need to make it more efficient. You're already performing medical miracles, child. Don't be so hard on yourself. Izuku's expression didn't change, but his next movements became more precise, as if accepting her challenge to do better. I've been working on a new application, virus isolation and extraction. As he demonstrated, Recovery Girl nodded approvingly. Your father tells me you start classes tomorrow. Aizawa-sensei, Izuku corrected automatically. Yes, I do. And how do you feel about that? Izuku considered the question, his hands still moving through complex spatial manipulations. It's a logical next step. I've maximized what I can learn in private training. Recovery Girl sighed. That wasn't what I asked, Izuku. He paused, then met her eyes directly. I'm curious about how others will react to my abilities, about whether any of them will be worth knowing. They might surprise you. Perhaps. His tone suggested he doubted it. Most people don't understand what spatial manipulation truly means. And what does it mean to you? Izuku completed his demonstration before answering. It means that reality is more flexible than most people realize. Space, matter, energy, they're all negotiable concepts. Recovery Girl smiled gently. Just remember that people aren't concepts, Izuku. They're messy, unpredictable, and occasionally worth the trouble. Like you and Aizawa-sensei? A rare, genuine smile briefly crossed his face. Exactly like us, she agreed, patting his hand. Now, tell me more about this virus extraction technique. I think we might be able to refine it further. The first day of UA classes found Izuku arriving precisely 10 minutes early, enough time to assess the classroom layout, but not so early as to seem overeager. He selected a seat near the back, preferring to observe his classmates before engaging. The explosive blonde from the entrance exam, Katsuki Bakugo, according to the files Izuku had reviewed, entered with his typical bluster, immediately noticing Izuku. You! Bakugo pointed accusingly. You're the one who crushed the zero-pointer without breaking a sweat. What kind of quirk was that? Spatial manipulation, Izuku answered calmly, not intimidated by Bakugo's aggressive approach. And you possess an oxidizing sweat that creates explosions. Impressive power, though your control could use refinement. Bakugo's eyes widened, first in surprise at the analysis, then narrowing in anger at the critique. What did you say to me? I made an observation, Izuku replied. Your technique relies too heavily on brute force over precision. Before Bakugo could explode, literally or figuratively, a tall student with glasses intervened. This is inappropriate behavior for UA students. I am Tenya Ida from Some Private Academy and... I know who you are, Izuku interrupted. Your brother is the pro-hero Ingenium. Your engine quirk allows for high-speed movement but suffers from overheating with prolonged use. Ida stopped mid-gesture, taken aback. How do you know the limitations of my quirk? Research, Izuku stated simply. Knowledge is tactical advantage. Their conversation was interrupted as more students filtered in, including a girl with gravity manipulation who tried to engage Izuku in conversation. He responded politely but briefly, maintaining his observational stance rather than socializing. When Aizawa finally entered the classroom in his yellow sleeping bag, Izuku straightened imperceptibly, the only student who didn't seem surprised by the unusual entrance. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down, Aizawa stated flatly. Unacceptable. Time is a resource we can't afford to waste. As Aizawa introduced himself as their homeroom teacher and explained his rational deception approach, Izuku noticed the others growing increasingly nervous. He remained calm, already familiar with Aizawa's methods. "Put these on and meet me at Training Ground Beta," Aizawa instructed, tossing them gym uniforms. "Anyone who takes longer than 5 minutes will be considered late." The class scrambled to comply, but Izuku simply stood and extended his hand. "Room," he stated, creating a small spatial field. Shambles. In an instant, his school uniform was replaced with the gym uniform, perfectly fitted to his frame. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Aizawa raised an eyebrow but said nothing. The other students stared in amazement. "That's so cool!" exclaimed a red-headed boy. "You didn't even move." "Spatial exchange," Izuku explained briefly. Simple application. "Can you do that for other people too?" asked a girl with earphone jacks extending from her earlobes. "I could," Izuku confirmed, "but it would be invasive without permission." Aizawa cleared his throat. 4 minutes remaining. The reminder sent the other students rushing to change while Izuku calmly walked out of the classroom. As he passed Aizawa, his adoptive father gave him an almost imperceptible nod, the closest thing to approval he ever displayed in public. At the training ground, Aizawa wasted no time explaining the quirk apprehension test, a series of physical evaluations where they were encouraged to use their quirks freely. When he mentioned that the lowest scoring student would be expelled, Izuku wasn't surprised by the shocked reactions of his classmates. "That's not fair," objected the gravity girl, Uraraka. "We just got here. Natural disasters, major accidents, rampaging villains. The world is full of unfairness," Aizawa replied. "A hero's job is to correct that unfairness. If you were hoping for school festivals and friendship circles, you're in the wrong place." Izuku almost smiled. He'd heard variations of this speech throughout his life. "Midoriya," Aizawa called. "You scored highest on the entrance exam. Step up for the softball throw." Izuku walked to the circle without comment, accepting the ball Aizawa handed him. He considered his options, aware that everyone was watching to see what his mysterious quirk could do. "Room," he said quietly, creating a small field around himself and the ball. "Tact." He threw the ball with moderate force, then used his spatial control to accelerate it continuously as it flew, manipulating the space around it to eliminate air resistance and multiply its momentum. The ball vanished from sight, becoming a speck in the distant sky. Aizawa held up the distance meter. Infinity. "The ball is currently in low Earth orbit," Izuku explained matter-of-factly. "I can retrieve it if needed." The class erupted in astonished exclamations while Aizawa simply shook his head. "That won't be necessary. Next contestant." Throughout the remaining tests, Izuku demonstrated different aspects of his spatial abilities, teleporting in the 50-meter dash, increasing gravity density for the grip strength test, manipulating spatial dimensions to extend his standing jump distance, and creating microportals to improve his sidestep score. By the end, it was clear he had placed first overall, though several of his classmates had performed impressively as well. Bakugo in particular seemed to be taking Izuku's earlier critique as a personal challenge, pushing his explosions to new levels of precision. When Aizawa revealed that the expulsion threat had been a rational deception to bring out their best efforts, Izuku wasn't fooled. He knew his adoptive father well enough to recognize that the threat had been real. Aizawa had simply been impressed enough by everyone's performance to reconsider. As they walked back toward the main building, several classmates approached Izuku. "Your quirk is absolutely fascinating," exclaimed a girl with a large ponytail. Yaoyorozu, if Izuku recalled correctly. "The applications must be virtually limitless." "Not limitless," Izuku corrected, "but extensive. How did you develop such precise control?" Ida asked, his hand gestures as emphatic as ever. Izuku considered how much to reveal. "Years of practice, medical training helped with precision." "Medical training?" Uraraka repeated, surprised. "Are you planning to be a rescue hero?" "I'm keeping my options open," Izuku replied. It wasn't entirely true. He had very specific goals, but he preferred not to discuss them. "Well, I think you're amazing," said a pink-skinned girl enthusiastically. "I'm Mina Ashido, by the way," Izuku nodded politely. "Izuku Midoriya." "We know who you are," Bakugo cut in, having approached from behind. His expression was challenging, but not purely hostile. "You're the guy I need to beat." Izuku assessed Bakugo with a clinical gaze. Your ambition is commendable. Your approach needs work. Before Bakugo could respond, Izuku created a small portal and stepped through it, reappearing at the entrance to the main building. He didn't particularly enjoy unnecessary socialization, and he had research to continue. As he walked away, he heard Ashido exclaim, "Did he just teleport away from our conversation? That's both rude and super cool." Izuku allowed himself a small smile. Perhaps UA would be interesting after all. All Might's first heroics class came with his typical bombastic entrance, bursting through the door with a theatrical "I am here!" The symbol of peace seemed surprised when the students, while excited, didn't completely lose their composure at his appearance. Izuku studied the legendary hero with analytical eyes. This was his first close interaction with All Might, and he was curious about the man whose battle with All for One had indirectly led to Izuku's freedom. The number one hero seemed smaller than Izuku had expected, despite his imposing muscular form. Today's lesson is Trial of Battle, All Might announced, explaining they would be divided into hero and villain teams for indoor combat exercises. You'll be wearing these costumes designed based on your quirk registrations and requests. When the students emerged in their hero costumes, Izuku's simplicity stood out. He wore a black, high-colored coat with the word spatial emblazoned on the back in white, dark trousers and boots. The only distinctive feature was a specially forged sword at his hip, a graduation gift from Aizawa that had been designed to channel his spatial abilities. "Midoriya, your costume is quite understated," All Might commented. "Functionality over flash," Izuku replied. "The fabric is reinforced with dimensional pockets for equipment storage." All Might seemed unsure how to respond to Izuku's matter-of-fact explanation. "Well then, let's draw lots to determine teams." Izuku was paired with Yaoyorozu as heroes against Bakugo and Ida as villains. As they prepared for the exercise, Yaoyorozu attempted to establish a strategy. "I suggest we analyze the building layout first and—" "I've already scanned it," Izuku interrupted, having extended his spatial senses throughout the structure. "The bomb is on the 4th floor, northwest corner. Ida is guarding it directly. Bakugo is hiding in the stairwell on the 2nd floor, planning an ambush." Yaoyorozu blinked in surprise. "Your quirk allows you to sense through walls?" "Spatial awareness," Izuku confirmed. "I can feel disruptions in spatial dimensions within my range." "That's incredibly useful," she said, impressed. "What's your plan?" "Direct approach would be inefficient. Bakugo wants to fight me specifically. His pride was wounded during the assessment test." Izuku drew his sword, running a finger along the black blade. "I'll engage Bakugo as a distraction. You circle around through this route." He quickly sketched an alternate path on their building plans and secured the objective. "Wouldn't it be more efficient for you to simply teleport to the bomb?" Yaoyorozu asked reasonably. Izuku nodded. "Yes. But this is a training exercise. We both need combat experience." As they entered the building, Izuku immediately opened a portal beside him. "This will take you to the 3rd floor, eastern corridor. From there, follow the path we discussed. Wait for my signal before approaching the bomb." Yaoyorozu hesitated only briefly before stepping through. "Good luck, Midoriya." "Luck is irrelevant," he replied as the portal closed. Izuku then walked deliberately toward the stairwell where Bakugo was hiding, making no attempt at stealth. As expected, Bakugo burst out with an explosion-powered right hook, his favorite opening move according to Izuku's observations. "Room," Izuku stated calmly, creating a spherical field that encompassed the entire stairwell. Bakugo's attack seemed to slow within the field, giving Izuku ample time to sidestep. Shambles. Bakugo suddenly found himself flipped upside down, his momentum carrying him into the wall. "What the hell?" he snarled, quickly reorienting himself. "What kind of cheap trick is that?" "Spatial manipulation," Izuku explained, drawing his sword. "Within my room, I control all spatial relations." Bakugo launched himself forward with a series of explosions, attempting to overwhelm Izuku with speed and power. "Die!" "Counter shock," Izuku responded, touching his sword to the floor. A wave of spatially distorted energy rippled outward, disrupting Bakugo's trajectory and sending him crashing into the ceiling. "You're powerful but predictable," Izuku noted as Bakugo recovered. "You telegraph your moves. Shut up and fight for real." Bakugo raged, his explosions growing more intense. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly. "As you wish. Tact." Suddenly, Bakugo found himself unable to move, suspended in midair by invisible spatial forces. "This is fighting for real," Izuku stated. "In a genuine battle, I would now have countless options to neutralize you permanently." Through their communication devices, Izuku heard Yaoyorozu's voice. "I'm in position." "Proceed," he replied, then returned his attention to the still struggling Bakugo. "This match is over." "Like hell it is?" Bakugo roared, forcing his arms to move despite the spatial pressure, creating his largest explosion yet. The blast temporarily disrupted Izuku's concentration, allowing Bakugo to break free. Izuku raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed. "Interesting. Your willpower overcame spatial binding." Before they could continue, All Might's voice boomed through the communication system. "The hero team wins! Yaoyorozu has secured the weapon." Bakugo stared at Izuku with a mixture of rage and confusion. "You were just stalling me?" "Tactical approach," Izuku confirmed, sheathing his sword. "You wanted to fight me, so I let you, creating a diversion for my teammate." "That's cowardly. That's efficient," Izuku countered. "Heroes who prioritize their pride over mission success get people killed." He created a portal and stepped through it, leaving Bakugo fuming in the stairwell. In the monitoring room, the other students had watched the exchange with various reactions. "Midoriya's quirk is unbelievably versatile," Todoroki observed quietly. "And he's so calm," Hagakure added. "He didn't even seem worried when Bakugo was attacking him." All Might studied the monitor thoughtfully. Young Midoriya's approach was indeed effective, though perhaps lacking in the spirit of heroic combat. "What does that mean?" Kirishima asked. "A true hero inspires hope," All Might explained. "Sometimes that means engaging villains directly, even when alternatives exist." As the students discussed this perspective, Izuku rejoined them alongside Yaoyorozu, who was smiling proudly at their victory. "Excellent teamwork, young Midoriya and young Yaoyorozu," All Might boomed. "Though I would suggest that next time, young Midoriya, you might consider a more direct approach." Izuku met All Might's gaze steadily. "With respect, All Might, heroism isn't about spectacle. It's about results." The room fell silent at this direct challenge to the symbol of peace. All Might seemed momentarily taken aback before recovering his signature smile. "A perspective worth considering. Now, let's move on to the next match." As the exercise continued, Izuku observed his classmates' abilities with interest. Todoroki's ice powers were particularly impressive, though Izuku noted the conspicuous absence of his fire side. Tokoyami's dark shadow showed fascinating dimensional properties that Izuku made mental notes to study further. When they returned to the classroom after the exercise, Izuku found himself approached by Todoroki. "Your control is impressive," the half-cold, half-hot quirk user stated without preamble. "You've had professional training." It wasn't a question, but Izuku nodded anyway. "Yes." "From whom?" Izuku considered the question. "Various sources. Recovery Girl for precision. Eraserhead for tactical applications." Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes widened slightly. "You know them personally?" "Yes." Izuku saw no reason to elaborate on the nature of those relationships. After a moment of studying Izuku, Todoroki simply nodded and walked away, apparently having confirmed whatever he was curious about. As Izuku prepared to leave, he noticed Bakugo waiting by the door, his expression stormy but controlled. "Next time, fight me for real," Bakugo demanded. "No tactical retreats, no distractions, just you and me." Izuku assessed him for a moment. "You're stronger than I initially calculated. Your adaptability mid-fight is impressive." Bakugo seemed surprised by the compliment, then suspicious. "Are you mocking me?" "No, I'm revising my assessment. You have potential." Before Bakugo could respond, Izuku's phone buzzed with a message from Recovery Girl requesting his assistance with a complex surgical case. "I need to go," Izuku stated, creating a portal. "We'll continue this discussion another time." As he stepped through the portal, he heard Bakugo call after him. "That's still a retreat, you know." Perhaps it was, Izuku acknowledged to himself, but some battles were worth prioritizing over others. The USJ incident changed everything. What should have been a routine rescue training exercise turned into a full-scale villain attack when dozens of criminals led by the self-proclaimed League of Villains infiltrated the facility. The students of Class 1A found themselves scattered throughout the USJ's disaster zones, fighting for their lives while their teachers attempted to hold off the leaders. Izuku had been teleported to the landslide zone alongside Todoroki. As villains closed in around them, Todoroki moved to freeze them all with his ice powers. "Wait," Izuku said, placing a hand on Todoroki's shoulder. "Let me try something first." "We don't have time for experiments," Todoroki replied coldly. "Not an experiment, a test of range." Izuku closed his eyes, concentrating intensely. Room. The blue spherical field that appeared was significantly larger than any he had created before, encompassing the entire landslide zone. The strain was immediately visible on Izuku's face, sweat beading on his forehead, jaw clenched tight. "Scan," he murmured, then opened his eyes. 23 villains in this zone. Most have physical enhancement quirks. One has a liquefaction ability. "Impressive," Todoroki acknowledged. "Now what?" "Now we send them back where they came from. Shambles." With a gesture that visibly taxed him, Izuku manipulated the space within his extended room. Every villain in the landslide zone suddenly vanished, replaced by confused and frightened birds, rocks, and pieces of debris. "Where did you send them?" Todoroki asked, eyes widened slightly in surprise. "The plaza," Izuku answered, breathing heavily. "Right back to their leader, but in randomized positions to create confusion." Todoroki nodded approvingly. "Efficient. Can you locate the others?" "I need to extend my room further," Izuku replied, his expression tightening with concentration. "This will be difficult." As Izuku struggled to expand his spatial domain, Todoroki placed a hand on his shoulder. "Don't overextend. We should move toward the central plaza. That's where the teachers will be fighting." Izuku nodded, releasing his room with a gasp of relief. "Tactical approach, let's go." They moved quickly through the facility, Izuku creating small portals when necessary to bypass obstacles. As they approached the central plaza, they witnessed a horrifying scene, a monstrous creature with an exposed brain battling Aizawa, who was already severely injured. "Nomu," Izuku whispered, recognizing the telltale signs of artificial quirk implementation that mirrored his own nightmarish past. "Bioengineered super soldier." Before Todoroki could respond, Izuku was already moving. "Room," he called out, creating a field that encompassed the plaza. The strain of maintaining such a large domain after his previous exertion was evident, but his eyes burned with cold determination. Shambles. In an instant, Aizawa was removed from the monster's grasp, replaced with a chunk of concrete. Izuku caught his adoptive father's broken body carefully, lowering him to the ground beside Todoroki. "Watch him," Izuku instructed, his voice tight with controlled emotion. "This is personal." The villain's leader, a pale man covered in disembodied hands, turned toward Izuku with interest. "Oh, what do we have here? A student playing hero?" "Shigaraki Tomura," Izuku stated, recognizing him from Aizawa's case files. "Decay quirk. Touch-based disintegration." Shigaraki tilted his head curiously. "You've done your homework, but knowledge won't save you from Nomu." The monstrous Nomu charged toward Izuku with frightening speed. Instead of dodging, Izuku drew his sword and whispered, "Dark Cloak Dimension Slash." The blade glowed with spatial energy as he swung it in a precise arc. The space between him and Nomu seemed to distort, and a moment later, the creature's right arm fell to the ground, cleanly severed. Shigaraki's eyes widened in shock. "Impossible! Nomu has shock absorption and regeneration." "My cuts sever space itself," Izuku explained coldly. "There's nothing to absorb." As if to demonstrate Shigaraki's point, the Nomu's severed limb began to regenerate. Izuku frowned, calculating his options. "Interesting. Then I'll try a different approach. Gamma knife." Extending his hand, Izuku created a blade of pure spatial energy that he plunged directly into the Nomu's chest. Unlike a conventional attack, there was no external damage, but the creature suddenly seized up, its internal organs rearranged and disrupted at the molecular level. "Biological systems are simply spatial arrangements of cells and tissues," Izuku stated as the Nomu collapsed, temporarily incapacitated. "Disrupt those arrangements sufficiently, and even regeneration becomes overwhelmed." Shigaraki began scratching his neck furiously. "This isn't fair. You're cheating. Nomu was engineered to kill All Might, not deal with some spatial hacker." "Life isn't fair," Izuku replied, echoing Aizawa's words from their first day. "And neither am I." Before he could press his advantage, however, the strain of maintaining his extended room while performing complex spatial manipulations finally took its toll. Izuku staggered, blood trickling from his nose as his control wavered. The Nomu, sensing weakness, began to rise again, its disrupted biology slowly reasserting itself. Shigaraki laughed maniacally. See, even your fancy space tricks have limits. Izuku gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. Room, he gasped, recreating his field through sheer willpower. Tact. Using the last of his strength, he lifted the Nomu into the air, suspending it helplessly. Then, with a final effort, he opened a massive portal beneath it. Pressure crush! The portal collapsed on itself, taking the Nomu with it and compressing it into a dimensional pocket barely the size of a marble. The strain of this ultimate technique caused Izuku to collapse to his knees, his room dissipating. You killed Nomu? Shigaraki shrieked in disbelief. That's not what heroes do. I didn't kill it, Izuku corrected, breathing heavily. I contained it. The pocket dimension will preserve it indefinitely for study and proper disposal. Before Shigaraki could respond, the doors of the USJ burst open as All Might arrived, followed shortly by other UA teachers. Seeing the reinforcements and deprived of his trump card, Shigaraki signaled to the warp villain Kurogiri and they retreated through a misty portal. As the teachers secured the facility and tended to the injured, All Might approached Izuku, who was still kneeling beside Aizawa's unconscious form. Young Midoriya, All Might began, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. What you did was necessary, Izuku finished, looking up with tired but unapologetic eyes. The Nomu was designed to kill you. Conventional tactics would have failed. All Might seemed torn between pride and concern. Your actions saved lives today, but the methods you employed were effective, Izuku stated firmly. That's what matters. Their conversation was interrupted as medical teams arrived. Izuku insisted on accompanying Aizawa to the hospital, using his medical knowledge to brief the paramedics on his adoptive father's condition. In the aftermath of the USJ incident, rumors spread throughout UA about how Izuku had single-handedly defeated the Nomu, a creature supposedly designed to kill All Might himself. While some students regarded him with increased awe, others became slightly wary of his power and his clinical approach to combat. Izuku paid little attention to either reaction. His focus remained on improving his techniques and expanding his understanding of his spatial abilities. The USJ attack had shown him both the extent and the limitations of his power, and he was determined to overcome those limitations. Recovery Girl, however, was less pleased when she examined him after the incident. You nearly suffered catastrophic neural collapse, she scolded, reviewing his brain scans. The dimensional compression technique you used exceeded your current capabilities. But it worked, Izuku pointed out. At what cost? She countered sharply. Your spatial cortex shows strain patterns similar to those we observed after your 4th surgical enhancement procedure. Izuku winced at the reference to his childhood experimentation. I'll be more careful. You'll follow the regimen I'm prescribing, Recovery Girl corrected firmly. No spatial manipulation beyond basic teleportation for at least a week. Your brain needs time to recover. Izuku frowned but nodded. He respected Recovery Girl too much to argue, and deep down, he knew she was right. The headaches and nosebleeds he'd experienced since the USJ incident were warning signs he couldn't ignore. As he left Recovery Girl's office, he found Todoroki waiting outside. You pushed yourself too far, Todoroki stated without preamble. Izuku raised an eyebrow. You were listening? No need, it was obvious during the fight. Todoroki fell into step beside him as they walked down the corridor. Your power is impressive, but it has physical costs. All power does, Izuku replied, including yours. Todoroki's expression tightened. What do you mean? You use only half your ability. It limits your potential and increases physical strain. For a moment, Todoroki looked genuinely shocked, then his face hardened. That's none of your concern. True, Izuku acknowledged. Just an observation. They walked in silence for a moment before Todoroki spoke again. The way you fought that Nomu, it wasn't like a student. You've faced real combat before. Izuku considered how to respond. Few people knew about his past, and he preferred to keep it that way. Yet something about Todoroki's perceptiveness and the shared experience at USJ made him willing to offer at least a partial truth. I wasn't always training to be a hero, he said finally. My abilities were acquired under different circumstances. Todoroki studied him carefully. You weren't born with your quirk. No, neither was I, Todoroki said softly, then elaborated. Not this specific combination, at least. I was engineered through a quirk marriage. Izuku nodded, understanding the implied confidence. We're both products of other people's ambitions. But we make our own choices now, Todoroki added, almost to himself. Yes, Izuku agreed. We do. As they reached the intersection where their paths would diverge, Todoroki stopped. Midoriya, during the sports festival, I want to fight you at your full strength. Izuku considered this. Recovery Girl has restricted my quirk use for the next week. The festival is in 2 weeks, Todoroki pointed out. Will you be recovered by then? Yes, Izuku confirmed. Then I'll see you in the finals, Todoroki stated with quiet certainty before walking away. Izuku watched him go, a small smile tugging at his lips. Perhaps having rivals wasn't so bad after all. The UA Sports Festival began with characteristic pageantry, drawing massive crowds and media attention. For Class 1A, still recovering from the USJ incident, it represented a chance to prove their resilience and showcase their abilities. Izuku had spent the past 2 weeks carefully rehabilitating his spatial cortex under Recovery Girl's supervision, gradually rebuilding his stamina and control. By the morning of the festival, he was operating at nearly full capacity, though Recovery Girl had warned him against any dimension compression techniques similar to what he'd used against the Nomu. As Class 1A waited in their preparation room before the opening ceremony, the atmosphere was tense with anticipation. Ida was enthusiastically encouraging everyone to do their best, while Bakugo had declared his intention to win without compromise. Izuku sat quietly, mentally reviewing the festival's structure and likely challenges. His goal wasn't simply to win, though he intended to, but to demonstrate the full range of his abilities in a controlled setting. You look serious, Midoriya, Uraraka observed, sitting beside him. Are you nervous? No, he replied honestly. Just planning. For what? We don't even know what the events will be. Precisely why I'm considering multiple scenarios. Their conversation was interrupted as Todoroki approached, drawing everyone's attention with his purposeful stride. He stopped directly in front of Izuku. Midoriya, he stated coolly. Objectively speaking, I'm stronger than you. The room fell silent at this direct challenge. Izuku merely raised an eyebrow, waiting for Todoroki to continue. But you have something I don't, Todoroki continued. Complete mastery over your quirk. That's why I need to defeat you. Izuku stood slowly, meeting Todoroki's mismatched gaze. Your assessment is flawed. You can't accurately measure my strength while artificially limiting your own. A flash of surprise crossed Todoroki's face before his expression hardened again. My ice is enough. For others, perhaps? Izuku acknowledged. Not for me. The tension between them was palpable until Bakugo interrupted with a characteristic explosion. Hey, don't count me out, you half-and-half bastard. I'm gonna crush both of you. Kirishima tried to defuse the situation. Come on, guys. We're all from the same class. Izuku simply shrugged. Competition drives improvement. There's nothing wrong with declaring intentions. As they moved to the stadium for the opening ceremony, Midnight announced the first event, an obstacle race around the stadium. When the signal to start was given, Izuku didn't immediately use his quirk, preferring to observe how others approached the challenge. Todoroki took an early lead by freezing the ground behind him, trapping many competitors. Bakugo blasted over the ice with his explosions, while other Class 1A students used their quirks in creative ways to advance. The first major obstacle was a field of giant robots from the entrance exam. While Todoroki froze them and Bakugo blasted through, Izuku simply extended his hand. Room, he stated calmly. Shambles. In an instant, he had teleported past the entire robot field, conserving his energy for later challenges. This pattern continued through the second obstacle, a canyon crossed by tightropes, which Izuku navigated with a series of small, precise portals. The final obstacle was a minefield. Here, Izuku paused momentarily, noticing that Todoroki and Bakugo were battling for the lead just ahead of him. Rather than simply teleporting past, he decided on a more dramatic approach to make a statement. Room, he called, creating a field that encompassed the entire minefield. With careful precision, he located every buried mine through his spatial awareness. Takt. All at once, every mine in the field rose into the air, suspended by his spatial manipulation. The crowd gasped at the sight of hundreds of explosives floating harmlessly above the ground. Izuku walked calmly through the now safe field, maintaining his concentration on the suspended mines. As he passed Todoroki and Bakugo, who had paused in their battle to stare at the display, he nodded politely. Impressive control, Todoroki acknowledged. Show off, Bakugo growled. When Izuku reached the end of the minefield, he released his spatial hold, allowing the mines to fall, but not before opening a portal that redirected their explosive force behind him, propelling him forward and creating a spectacular display that brought the crowd to their feet. He crossed the finish line first, with Todoroki and Bakugo close behind. Present Mike's commentary was ecstatic. What an incredible display of quirk mastery. Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A takes first place with style. As the qualifiers from the race gathered for the second event, a cavalry battle, Izuku found himself targeted as the highest point value contestant. Instead of seeming concerned, he appeared almost pleased by the strategic challenge this presented. When teams began forming, many students hesitated to approach Izuku, intimidated by both his point value and his mysterious abilities. To everyone's surprise, it was Bakugo who confronted him first. Oi, space boy, Bakugo demanded. Team up with me. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Interesting proposal. Why? Because I want to win, obviously, and you're not half bad. Coming from Bakugo, this was extraordinary praise. Izuku considered the tactical advantages. Bakugo's explosions complemented his spatial abilities well, providing offensive power while Izuku could handle defense and mobility. Acceptable, Izuku agreed. We need 2 more. They were joined by Tokoyami, whose Dark Shadow provided additional defensive capabilities, and Yaoyorozu, whose creation quirk offered versatile support options. As they strategized, Izuku outlined a plan that utilized each of their strengths. I'll create a mobile room around us, he explained. Bakugo, you'll provide offensive power. Tokoyami, Dark Shadow will guard our blind spots. Yaoyorozu, can you create reflective surfaces? Of course, she confirmed. Good, create mirrors to amplify Tokoyami's effectiveness by redirecting light. When the cavalry battle began, their team immediately became the primary target. Multiple groups converged on them, seeking the 10 million points Izuku carried. Room, Izuku stated, creating his spherical field around their formation. Shambles. As Team Todoroki charged toward them, Izuku simply switched their positions with a team opposite side of the field, confusing both groups. When Team Tetsutetsu attempted to attack from behind, Izuku opened a portal that redirected their momentum into empty space. This is almost too easy, Bakugo commented, blasting away a team that had gotten too close. Don't get overconfident, Izuku warned. Conserve your strength for individual battles. Throughout the cavalry battle, Izuku demonstrated his strategic thinking by never directly engaging stronger opponents, instead using spatial manipulation to evade, redirect, and confuse. By the end of the time limit, their team remained undefeated, securing first place once again. As they prepared for the tournament portion of the festival, Izuku took a moment to visit Recovery Girl for a quick checkup. Your spatial cortex is holding up well, she noted, reviewing her scan results, but you're still not at 100%. Be careful in the tournament. I will, Izuku promised. No dimension compression techniques. See that you remember that, she said sternly, then softened. You're doing very well out there, showing restraint while still demonstrating your abilities. That's the goal, Izuku confirmed. His first tournament match was against Shinso from General Studies, whose brainwashing quirk had allowed him to advance despite his lack of physical abilities. Izuku had observed him during the cavalry battle and understood the nature of his quirk. As they faced off in the arena, Shinso attempted to provoke Izuku into responding verbally, triggering his brainwashing. I hear you're Eraserhead's pet project, Shinso called out. Must be nice having a pro hero paving your way. Izuku remained silent, drawing his sword instead. Shinso's eyes widened as he realized his usual tactic wouldn't work. Silent treatment, huh? What's wrong? Afraid to talk to someone from General Studies? Instead of replying, Izuku activated his room and simply teleported behind Shinso, placing his blade at the back of his opponent's neck. Your quirk requires verbal response, Izuku finally spoke, his voice calm. A formidable ability against most opponents, but ineffective against someone who knows its limitations. Before Shinso could turn or respond, Izuku used the flat of his blade to push him out of bounds, ending the match in seconds. As Midnight declared Izuku the winner, he sheathed his sword and approached Shinso, extending his hand. Your quirk has excellent potential for underground heroics. You should speak with Eraserhead about specialized training. Shinso looked surprised at the advice, but took Izuku's hand briefly. I'll consider that. In the stands, Aizawa watched with a hint of pride. Izuku had won efficiently while showing respect to his opponent and recognizing potential where others might not. The tournament progressed with Izuku facing increasingly difficult opponents. Against Ida, he countered speed with spatial prediction. Against Tokoyami, he created light portals to weaken dark shadow. Each match demonstrated different aspects of his abilities while still preserving his energy for the finals. As expected, Izuku's semifinal match was against Bakugo, who had fought his way through the bracket with explosive determination. Their confrontation was one of the most anticipated of the festival. Finally, Bakugo grinned as they faced each other in the arena. No more running away, Space Boy. I never run, Izuku corrected, drawing his sword. I strategize. Whatever, just fight me for real this time. When the match began, Bakugo launched himself forward with his typical opening explosion. Instead of teleporting away, Izuku met him head-on, his sword glowing with spatial energy. Dark Cloak Dimension Slash! The spatial cut intercepted Bakugo's explosion, slicing through the blast itself and dissipating it harmlessly. Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise before narrowing in determination. So you can cut through my explosions? Big deal. He changed tactics, creating a series of smaller, more precise blasts in rapid succession. Izuku countered with shambles, repeatedly switching their positions to disrupt Bakugo's rhythm. Stop teleporting and fight me, Bakugo demanded in frustration. This is fighting, Izuku replied. Battlefield control is fundamental strategy. To demonstrate his point, Izuku expanded his room to encompass the entire arena. Tact! The concrete beneath Bakugo's feet suddenly shot upward, carrying him into the air. Before he could reorient himself, Izuku had opened multiple portals around him. Injection shot. From each portal emerged a precisely aimed strike of spatial energy, converging on Bakugo from all angles. Unable to dodge in midair, Bakugo took the full impact of the technique, which sent him crashing to the ground. But Bakugo wasn't finished. Rising from the crater his impact had created, he unleashed his most powerful move, Howitzer Impact! The massive explosion threatened to engulf the entire arena. Instead of avoiding it, Izuku held his ground, extending both hands. Room, full extension. Pressure wall. The spatial barrier he created absorbed the entirety of Bakugo's attack, containing it within a dimensional pocket. Then, with a gesture, Izuku redirected the captured explosion directly back at Bakugo. Caught in his own blast, enhanced and focused by spatial manipulation, Bakugo was finally overwhelmed. When the smoke cleared, he lay unconscious at the edge of the ring. Midnight declared Izuku the winner, and medical robots rushed to attend to Bakugo. As they carried him off, Izuku approached briefly. You forced me to use techniques I was saving for the finals, he acknowledged quietly. Well fought. Though unconscious, Bakugo would later learn of this rare compliment and take it as both validation and challenge for future growth. The final match between Izuku and Todoroki had the entire stadium buzzing with anticipation. Both students had dominated their brackets, showcasing exceptional quirk control and tactical thinking. As they faced each other in the arena, Todoroki's expression was determined. Midoriya, I'm going to defeat you with just my right side. Izuku shook his head slightly. That's your choice, but it's the wrong one. When Midnight gave the signal to begin, Todoroki immediately unleashed a massive ice attack that threatened to engulf Izuku completely. Instead of teleporting away, Izuku drew his sword and called out, Equinox. The blade glowed with intense spatial energy as he swung it in a wide arc. The space before him distorted, and Todoroki's ice wall was cleanly bisected, the severed portion dissipating into crystalline fragments. Impressive, Todoroki acknowledged, sending another wave of ice. Izuku responded by creating a series of portals that redirected the ice attack back toward Todoroki from multiple angles, forcing him to create defensive ice barriers around himself. Your ice is powerful, Izuku noted as he advanced methodically through the frozen battlefield, but predictable when used exclusively. Todoroki gritted his teeth, sending increasingly elaborate ice formations at Izuku. Each was either cut apart by spatial slashes or redirected through portals. As the battle continued, frost began to form on Todoroki's right side, slowing his movements. "You're reaching your limit," Izuku observed. The thermodynamic consequences of continuous ice generation without temperature regulation. "I don't need your analysis," Todoroki snapped, launching his largest ice attack yet. Izuku sighed almost imperceptibly. Room. Creating his largest battlefield room of the tournament, he executed a complex spatial manipulation that caused all of Todoroki's ice to vanish, reappearing as a perfect circle surrounding Todoroki himself. "You're trapped in your own limitation," Izuku stated, approaching the ice circle. "Not by me, but by your refusal to use your full power." Todoroki's eyes flashed with anger and something deeper. Pain. "You don't understand." "I understand more than you think," Izuku replied, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. "My power wasn't born from choice either. It was forced upon me through experimentation and pain." The stadium had fallen silent, everyone straining to hear this unexpected revelation. "But this power is mine now," Izuku continued, raising his tattooed hand. "Not his. I claimed it for myself, just as you can claim yours." Todoroki stared at Izuku, conflict evident in his heterochromatic eyes. "It's his fire, my father's." "No," Izuku interrupted firmly. "It's yours. And until you accept that, you'll never reach your potential. You'll never truly be a hero on your own terms." For a moment, Todoroki seemed frozen in indecision. Then, slowly, flames began to flicker from his left side, melting the ice around him. "That's it," Izuku encouraged, a rare smile appearing. "Show me your true power, Todoroki." With a roar of released emotion, Todoroki erupted in flames, the temperature in the arena soaring as fire and ice combined in perfect balance for the first time in public. The spectacle was breathtaking, drawing gasps of awe from the crowd. "Now we can have a real fight," Izuku stated, raising his sword. What followed was one of the most spectacular battles in sports festival history. Todoroki's dual-element attacks met Izuku's spatial manipulations in dazzling displays of power and control. Fire redirected through portals, ice shattered by dimensional cuts, and both competitors pushing each other to new heights of ability. In the end, it came down to a final, all-out exchange. Todoroki unleashed a perfect balance of fire and ice in a devastating combination attack. Izuku responded with Radio Knife, creating waves of spatial distortion that cut through Todoroki's elemental barrage. Their final clash resulted in an explosion that obscured the entire arena. When the smoke cleared, both students were still standing, though barely. Todoroki was on the very edge of the boundary line, while Izuku remained near the center, his sword planted in the ground for support. "Gamma Knife," Izuku whispered, executing a subtle spatial manipulation that created internal pressure waves in the ground beneath Todoroki's feet. The concrete cracked and shifted, causing Todoroki to lose his balance and step backward, out of bounds. Midnight declared Izuku the victor of the UA Sports Festival, though the audience seemed equally impressed by both finalists. As medical robots approached to assist them, Izuku created a portal and stepped through it to stand before Todoroki. "Thank you," Todoroki said quietly, his voice sincere. "For what?" Izuku asked. "For making me see the truth about my power." Izuku nodded. "You're stronger now. We both are." As they left the arena together, Recovery Girl was waiting to examine them both. She gave Izuku a knowing look that promised a lecture about exceeding his restrictions, but there was pride in her eyes as well. The award ceremony was brief, with All Might presenting the medals. When he placed the gold medal around Izuku's neck, the symbol of peace spoke quietly enough that only Izuku could hear. "Young Midoriya, your power is extraordinary, but it was your words that truly showed heroism today. You helped young Todoroki overcome his personal demons." Izuku considered this for a moment before responding. "Sometimes the most important battles are the ones we fight within ourselves." All Might's ever-present smile softened into something more genuine. "Indeed. I think you understand what it means to be a hero better than most adults do." As the sports festival concluded, Izuku found himself surrounded by classmates, offering congratulations and, in some cases, challenges for future rematches. He accepted both with the same calm demeanor, though those who knew him best could see the satisfaction in his eyes. That evening, as he returned home with Aizawa, his adoptive father finally commented on the tournament. "You went beyond the limitations Recovery Girl set for you." It wasn't a question, but Izuku answered anyway. "Yes, but I was careful." Aizawa nodded. "You were. More importantly, you showed good judgment today. not just in how you fought, but in how you dealt with Todoroki. Coming from Aizawa, this was extraordinary praise. Izuku allowed himself a small smile. "Thank you." "Don't get comfortable," Aizawa warned. "The real challenges are just beginning. The sports festival puts targets on the backs of those who excel." "I know," Izuku replied, "but I'm ready." And he was. Because despite his traumatic origins, despite the power that had been forced upon him, Izuku Midoriya had found his path. Not as a weapon, but as a hero. Not as All for One had intended, but as he himself had chosen. The space around him was his to control, and so was his destiny. The aftermath of the sports festival brought significant changes to Class 1A. As Aizawa had predicted, their public exposure resulted in increased attention from both the professional hero community and more sinister elements. For Izuku, the victory brought offers from top heroes seeking interns. After careful consideration, he selected Gran Torino, All Might's former teacher and a hero known for his unorthodox methods. The choice surprised many who had expected him to choose a more prominent agency, but Izuku's research had revealed Gran Torino's exceptional tactical mind and vast experience. When he arrived at Gran Torino's modest agency, Izuku found the diminutive elderly hero pretending to be senile, a test that he immediately recognized and called out. "Your cognitive function is intact, Gran Torino," Izuku stated calmly. "I'd appreciate if we could proceed to actual training." Gran Torino dropped the act with a cackle. "Sharp one, aren't you? Toshinori said you were interesting, but he didn't mention you'd see through me so quickly." "Toshinori?" Izuku questioned, filing away the unfamiliar name. "All Might," Gran Torino clarified. "Before he became the big symbol and all that jazz. Now show me what you can do, spatial boy." Without warning, Gran Torino activated his jet quirk, bouncing off the walls at incredible speed and aiming a kick at Izuku's head. Rather than teleporting away, Izuku created a small room and used shambles to simply exchange positions with Gran Torino, causing the old hero to kick empty air. "Interesting," Gran Torino remarked, landing gracefully. "You didn't run. Most youngsters would teleport at the first sign of attack." "Teleportation is resource-intensive," Izuku explained. "Positional exchange is more efficient." "Smart. But how do you handle an opponent faster than your reaction time?" Without waiting for an answer, Gran Torino increased his speed dramatically, becoming almost invisible as he ricocheted around the room. This time, Izuku expanded his room to encompass the entire training area and called out, "Scan." His spatial awareness allowed him to track Gran Torino's movements, but the hero was indeed moving faster than Izuku could physically react. After taking several hits, Izuku adjusted his strategy. Tact, area. The gravity within his room suddenly increased selectively, slowing Gran Torino just enough for Izuku to predict his trajectory. When the hero came in for another attack, Izuku was ready with countershock, creating a spatial disruption that intercepted Gran Torino mid-flight. "Not bad," Gran Torino acknowledged, recovering quickly. "But still too slow for real villains. Your spatial techniques have incredible potential, but your physical capabilities need work." Over the following days, Gran Torino focused on improving Izuku's reaction speed, physical conditioning, and the efficiency of his spatial techniques. The elderly hero pushed Izuku harder than anyone had since his early training with Aizawa, forcing him to develop new applications of his abilities. "Your problem," Gran Torino explained during a rare break, "is that you rely too much on complex techniques. In a real fight, you won't always have time for room and fancy-named attacks." Izuku considered this criticism. "You're suggesting I need faster deployment methods." "Exactly. All those spatial tricks are useless if a villain puts a knife in your throat before you can say room." Taking this lesson to heart, Izuku began developing micro-rooms, smaller, instantly deployed spatial fields that required no verbal activation. By the end of his internship, he could create localized spatial effects within arm's reach without any apparent preparation. On his final day with Gran Torino, the old hero surprised him with a revelation. "You know, I requested you specifically for this internship." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "I assumed you responded to my application." Gran Torino chuckled. "Nope, I asked for you because of who you are, or rather, what you are." "Explain," Izuku said, his voice cooling noticeably. "I know about your origins, kid. Not the details, but enough. You're one of All for One's experiments that went right and then wrong for him." Izuku's expression didn't change, but his posture shifted subtly into a more defensive stance. How do you know that? Because I've been hunting that monster longer than you've been alive, Gran Torino replied, suddenly serious. And because Aizawa trusted me enough to tell me the basics when I asked about you. Why does it matter? Because you need to understand what you're up against, Gran Torino said gravely. All for One isn't gone. He's rebuilding his forces. That attack at the USJ? Just the beginning. Izuku absorbed this information with outward calm, though internally his mind was racing through implications and possibilities. You believe he'll come for me specifically? I think you're both a loose end he'd like to tie up and a creation he'd like to reclaim, Gran Torino confirmed. And I think you need to be ready. I am ready, Izuku stated with quiet certainty. Gran Torino studied him for a moment before nodding. Maybe you are. You've got the power and the brains. But remember this, kid, when you finally face him, don't let vengeance cloud your judgment. That's what he'll be counting on. As Izuku prepared to leave, Gran Torino added one final piece of advice. Oh, and maybe lighten up occasionally. Being serious all the time makes you predictable. Izuku almost smiled at that. I'll take it under advisement. When he returned to UA, Izuku found his classmates exchanging stories about their internships. Ida was uncharacteristically subdued, and Izuku quickly learned why. His brother Ingenium had been grievously injured by the hero killer Stain, leaving him permanently disabled. I'm sorry about your brother, Izuku said when he found Ida alone after class. Ida's typical animated gestures were absent as he replied stiffly, Thank you for your concern, Midoriya. Izuku studied his classmate carefully, recognizing the signs of suppressed rage and thoughts of vengeance. You're planning something unwise. Ida stiffened. I don't know what you mean. Yes, you do, Izuku countered calmly. You're considering hunting Stain yourself. For a moment, Ida looked like he might deny it, but then his composure cracked. How can I not? My brother was a true hero, and this villain has destroyed his career. The police have no leads. The pros are too busy with other cases. And you think revenge will restore your brother's mobility? Izuku asked, his tone not unkind despite the blunt words. It's not about revenge, Ida insisted, though his clenched fists suggested otherwise. It's about justice. There's a difference between justice and vengeance, Izuku said quietly. One serves society, the other serves only your own pain. Ida looked away. What would you know about it? For a long moment, Izuku was silent, considering how much to reveal. Finally, he spoke in a voice so low Ida had to strain to hear. My parents were murdered when I was 4. I watched it happen. Ida's head snapped up, shock replacing anger in his expression. Midoriya, The man responsible is still alive, Izuku continued, his calm facade never wavering. And one day I will face him, not for revenge, but to ensure he never destroys another family. How do you bear it? Ida asked, his voice breaking slightly. By focusing on what I can control, Izuku answered. My powers, my choices, my future. Before Ida could respond, Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder, a rare physical gesture from the typically reserved student. Your brother needs you to become the hero he knows you can be, not a vigilante consumed by vengeance. The words seemed to reach something in Ida, and his rigid posture relaxed slightly. You're right, I need to think more clearly about this. Good, Izuku nodded, removing his hand. And if you still feel the need to pursue Stain, at least don't do it alone. As they parted ways, Izuku made a mental note to inform Aizawa about Ida's emotional state. He recognized the danger signs all too well. The same focused anger he had once channeled into his own training before Recovery Girl and Aizawa had helped him find healthier motivations. The following weeks brought new challenges as UA prepared the students for their final exams. Izuku divided his time between academic preparation, refining his microroom technique, and his ongoing medical training with Recovery Girl. During one such session, Recovery Girl raised a concern that had been bothering her. Your latest brain scans show increased activity in your spatial cortex, even at rest. Have you been experiencing headaches? Visual disturbances? Occasionally, Izuku admitted. Nothing significant. Don't downplay neurological symptoms, she scolded. Your brain is still adapting to the artificial quirk implementation. Pushing too hard could cause permanent damage. Izuku nodded, accepting her concern. I've been practicing the meditation techniques you taught me. They help stabilize the neural pathways. Good, she said, somewhat appeased. But I want you to try something new as well. She handed him a small device that resembled a wristwatch. This monitors your spatial cortex activity. If it exceeds safe parameters, it will alert you to scale back. Izuku examined the device with interest. Your design? Yours, actually, she corrected with a small smile. Based on the notes you made about dimensional feedback loops. I merely built it. It was a testament to their relationship that Recovery Girl knew Izuku well enough to engage his analytical mind rather than simply ordering him to rest. By giving him a problem to solve and monitor, she ensured he would take his own health seriously. As the final exams approached, Aizawa announced that the practical portion would pit student teams against UA teachers, a revelation that caused considerable anxiety among most of Class 1A. We're supposed to fight actual pro heroes? Kaminari exclaimed in dismay. Not fight, Aizawa corrected. Defeat, either by capturing them with the provided restraints or by escaping through the exit gate. You'll be paired based on complementary or conflicting attributes. When the pairings were announced, Izuku found himself teamed with Bakugo against All Might himself, a challenge that even Izuku acknowledged would be formidable. Great, Bakugo growled when they were alone. Stuck with you against the #1 hero. It's logical, Izuku replied. We're the top 2 students in combat evaluations. All Might is the ultimate combat hero. Whatever. Just don't get in my way. That would be counterproductive, Izuku observed. We need to coordinate our abilities to have any chance of success. Bakugo scowled, but didn't disagree. Fine. What's your plan, Space Boy? Izuku outlined a strategy that leveraged both their strengths, Bakugo's raw power and combat instincts combined with Izuku's spatial tactics and analytical thinking. To his surprise, Bakugo listened without interrupting, even offering tactical refinements that Izuku incorporated into the plan. You're not as dumb as you act, Izuku commented when they had finalized their approach. And you're not as emotionless as you pretend to be, Bakugo shot back. I saw how you helped half and half during the sports festival. Izuku raised an eyebrow, but didn't deny it. Todoroki fighting at full strength benefits everyone. A rising tide lifts all ships. Save the proverbs, Bakugo snorted. Just be ready to back me up tomorrow. The day of the practical exam arrived with an atmosphere of tense anticipation. Each team would face their assigned teacher in separate testing grounds, with the other students able to observe via monitors in a central facility. When Izuku and Bakugo entered their testing area, they found All Might waiting for them, his perpetual smile somehow more intimidating in this context. Young Midoriya, young Bakugo, he greeted them. I look forward to seeing how UA's top combat students fare against a pro. Room, Izuku responded immediately, creating his largest battlefield domain. Scan. Within his spatial field, Izuku could sense All Might's position precisely, and the incredible energy contained within his powerful form. It was like staring at the sun through spatial perception. He's even stronger than the data suggests, Izuku murmured to Bakugo. Direct confrontation would be suicide. No shit, Bakugo replied tensely. Stick to the plan. Their strategy began with Bakugo creating a massive explosion to obscure visibility, while Izuku used his spatial awareness to track All Might's movements. When the pro hero charged through the smoke, Izuku called out coordinates that allowed Bakugo to launch precision blasts to slow him down. Shambles, Izuku stated, switching his position with Bakugo just as All Might was about to land a powerful blow. The sudden change confused even All Might momentarily, giving Bakugo the opportunity to unleash a point-blank explosion. The blast barely fazed All Might, who laughed heartily. Good teamwork, but you'll need more than clever switches to defeat me. Agreed, Izuku replied calmly. Tact, pressure increase. The gravity around All Might suddenly intensified, slowing his movements fractionally. It wasn't enough to stop him, but it created the opening Bakugo needed to launch his AP shot, a concentrated explosion that actually managed to push All Might back several meters. Now! Bakugo shouted. As planned, Izuku opened multiple portals around All Might, each serving as an entry point for Bakugo's explosions. The simultaneous blasts from all directions temporarily disoriented the pro hero, allowing Izuku to implement the next phase of their strategy. Radio Knife, he called, sending waves of spatial distortion that passed harmlessly through All Might's body, but left distinctive energy markers that Izuku could track with perfect precision. What was that supposed to do? All Might asked, genuinely curious as he brushed off the attack. I didn't feel a thing. It wasn't meant to hurt you, Izuku explained, a rare hint of satisfaction in his voice. It was meant to tag you. Now able to track All Might's position with absolute certainty, even through walls or smoke, Izuku and Bakugo executed a complex series of coordinated attacks. Bakugo provided offensive pressure with increasingly precise explosions, while Izuku used spatial manipulation to control the battlefield, creating openings, redirecting attacks, and constantly keeping All Might off balance. Despite their impressive teamwork, however, All Might's sheer power and experience proved overwhelming. After several minutes of sustained combat, both students were showing signs of fatigue, while All Might had barely broken a sweat. Time for Plan B, Izuku decided, noting that Bakugo's explosions were growing weaker as he depleted his sweat reserves. About damn time, Bakugo panted, falling back to Izuku's position. This isn't working. Izuku nodded, then did something unexpected. He sheathed his sword and removed his support gear. All Might, he called out. A hypothetical question. All Might paused, intrigued by this unusual approach. Yes, young Midoriya? In a hostage situation, what's the priority? Capturing the villain or securing civilian safety? Civilian safety always comes first, All Might answered immediately. That's Hero 101, Izuku nodded. Just checking. Gamma knife. Before All Might could react, Izuku had created a blade of pure spatial energy that he drove directly into the ground beneath them. The testing ground shuddered as spatial distortions spread outward, causing structural damage to the surrounding buildings. What are you doing? All Might demanded, suddenly concerned. Creating a tactical dilemma, Izuku explained calmly. Those buildings will collapse in approximately 30 seconds. According to your own principle, you must now prioritize civilian safety. There are no civilians here, All Might pointed out. This is a testing ground. Not anymore, Izuku countered, opening multiple portals around the area. Through each portal, All Might could see what appeared to be civilians, actually complex spatial projections Izuku had created based on recorded image data. The illusion was perfect enough to give All Might pause, exactly the opening Bakugo needed. With a triumphant shout, he launched himself at All Might, capturing handcuffs extended. All Might, realizing the deception but impressed by the strategy, allowed Bakugo to get close enough to believe he had a chance, then easily dodged and restrained him instead. Clever, young Midoriya, All Might acknowledged, using my heroic principles against me. But not clever enough. Izuku nodded, accepting the outcome. It was worth attempting, but you're right, we can't match your power or experience. Then why are you smiling? All Might asked, suddenly wary. Because this was never about winning through combat, Izuku revealed. It was about creating an opportunity. While All Might had been focused on Bakugo and the illusory civilians, Izuku had been carefully extending his room toward the exit gate. Now, with a simple shambles, he switched places with Bakugo, freeing his teammate from All Might's grasp and positioning himself directly beside the exit. Go! He shouted to Bakugo, who didn't hesitate to race toward the gate. All Might moved with incredible speed to intercept, but Izuku was ready. Equinox, he called, swinging his sword to create a spatial distortion that briefly separated All Might from Bakugo's path. It was enough. Bakugo reached the exit gate, triggering the success signal just as All Might broke through Izuku's spatial barrier. Team Midoriya and Bakugo pass, announced the automated system. All Might straightened, his smile genuine as he approached Izuku. Well played, young man. Sacrificing yourself to ensure your partner's success. That's true heroism. Izuku shook his head slightly. Not sacrifice, tactical allocation of resources. Bakugo had the explosive speed needed for the final dash. All Might laughed heartily. Always the strategist, but I think there was more heart in that decision than you're admitting. As they exited the testing ground, Bakugo confronted Izuku with unexpected intensity. Why did you switch with me? You could have escaped yourself. The probability of success was higher with you making the final run, Izuku explained simply. Your acceleration exceeds my portal creation speed over short distances. Bakugo studied him suspiciously. You're not just saying that because you thought I needed the win more than you, right? Because I don't need your pity. I don't do pity, Izuku replied honestly. I do calculated outcomes. After a moment, Bakugo nodded, apparently satisfied. Fine, but next time, we both win on our own terms. Agreed. As they rejoined their classmates to watch the remaining examinations, Izuku found himself receiving unexpected praise for his strategic thinking and teamwork. Even Aizawa, observing from the teacher's section, gave him a brief nod of approval. Recovery Girl, however, was less pleased when she checked his monitoring device later that day. Your spatial cortex was redlining during that examination, she scolded. Those illusory projections put tremendous strain on your neural pathways. It was necessary, Izuku defended, and temporary. Nothing about brain function is temporary, she countered. Every strain leaves its mark. Izuku accepted her concern with a nod. I'll be more cautious in the future. See that you are, she said firmly, then softened slightly. Though I must admit, your strategy was impressively creative, using All Might's own heroic nature as a weapon against him. It almost worked, Izuku noted. Almost is still progress, Recovery Girl reminded him, especially against the symbol of peace himself. As the term ended and summer approached, UA announced that Class 1A would be attending a special training camp to develop their quirks further. The location was kept secret for security reasons, a precaution that Izuku understood all too well after the USJ incident. The night before departure, Aizawa found Izuku practicing with his sword in their home dojo. Your control has improved, Aizawa observed after watching silently for several minutes. Izuku completed his form before responding. Gran Torino's training was helpful. He spoke highly of you, Aizawa noted. Said you reminded him of someone he once knew, minus the smiling. A compliment, I presume? From him? Definitely. Aizawa stepped fully into the dojo. There's something you should know before the training camp. Izuku lowered his sword, recognizing the serious tone in his adoptive father's voice. What is it? We've received intelligence that the League of Villains may be planning another attack. The training camp's location is secure, but nowhere is truly secure from a warp quirk like Kurogiri's, Izuku finished, similar to my own abilities. Aizawa nodded. Exactly. I want you to be on high alert. If something happens, I'll protect my classmates, Izuku promised. And yourself, Aizawa added firmly. Don't forget that part. It was as close to expressing personal concern as Aizawa ever came, and Izuku acknowledged it with a respectful nod. I won't. As he resumed his practice, Izuku considered the implications of another potential villain attack. The USJ incident had been challenging enough, but he was stronger now, more in control of his abilities. If the League did strike again, they would find him ready. What he couldn't know was that the coming confrontation would force him to confront not just external enemies, but the very origins of his power, and the man who had destroyed his family all those years ago. The space between past and present was about to collapse, and Izuku Midoriya would need every ounce of his control to navigate what came next. The League of Villains attacked on the third night of the training camp. Their assault began with a coordinated strike that separated the students and disabled communications. The forest surrounding the training facility was filled with artificial fog created by one of the villains' quirks, making visibility nearly impossible for most of Class 1A. Izuku, however, didn't rely on conventional sight. The moment he sensed the disturbance, he activated his room and extended his spatial awareness throughout the area, immediately detecting multiple hostile presences converging on their location. We're under attack, he informed Todoroki, Bakugo, and Tokoyami, who had been training with him in a clearing. 12 villains approaching from different directions. How can you tell? Tokoyami asked. Dark shadow already manifesting in preparation for combat. Spatial disturbances, Izuku explained briefly, drawing his sword. They're moving with purpose. This is a planned operation. Bakugo's hands sparked with prepared explosions. Let them come. We'll show them what happens when they mess with UA. No, Izuku countered firmly. We need to regroup with the others. Strength in numbers. Since when are you cautious? Bakugo challenged. Since I sensed who's leading them, Izuku replied, his voice taking on a coldness that made even Bakugo pause. Shigaraki is here, and he's not alone. Before they could discuss further, the forest around them erupted in blue flames as a villain with a fire quirk announced his presence. Todoroki immediately countered with his own ice and fire, creating a momentary stalemate. Room, Izuku called, establishing his spatial domain. Shambles. In an instant, he had teleported his 3 classmates away from the immediate danger, repositioning them in a defensive formation. "What's the plan?" Todoroki asked, dividing his attention between the encroaching blue flames and Izuku. "Tokoyami, your dark shadow is enhanced in darkness. Provide cover while we move toward the main facility," Izuku directed. "Todoroki, maintain ice barriers behind us. Bakugo, targeted explosions only. We need to conserve strength." To his surprise, none of them argued with his tactical assessment. They moved through the forest with practiced efficiency, encountering and quickly neutralizing 2 minor villains along the way. Izuku's spatial awareness proved invaluable, allowing them to avoid the most dangerous confrontations while making steady progress toward the central building. Halfway there, they encountered Yaoyorozu and Jiro, who had been separated from their group and were being pursued by a villain with a magnetic quirk. Izuku swiftly integrated them into their formation, with Yaoyorozu creating communicators that allowed them to coordinate more effectively. "Our primary objective should be ensuring everyone's safety," Yaoyorozu suggested, creating a flash grenade to temporarily blind the magnetic villain. "Agreed," Izuku nodded, "but we may need to engage some targets directly. The villains appear to be searching for something, or someone." As if confirming his assessment, they soon encountered a villain who addressed them directly rather than simply attacking. "Where is he?" the masked villain demanded. "Where's the spatial one?" Izuku stepped forward, his expression unreadable. "I assume you mean me." The villain's eyes widened with recognition. "You're the one. The master wants you back." A chill ran through Izuku, though his outward demeanor remained calm. "What master?" "The one who made you what you are," the villain replied with disturbing reverence. "The one who gave you your power." Before Izuku could respond, Bakugo unleashed an explosion directly at the villain. "Stop the creepy monologue and fight, Mask Face!" The villain dodged with surprising agility, then launched a counterattack using a quirk that created razor-sharp crystals from his skin. Todoroki blocked the projectiles with an ice wall, while Tokoyami's dark shadow attempted to flank the enemy. "Scalpel," Izuku stated, creating a precision cutting field that severed the crystal projections mid-air. "This isn't a random attack. They're here for me specifically." "Why would they want you?" Jiro asked, using her earphone jacks to detect other approaching threats. "It's complicated," Izuku replied tersely, "and not relevant to our immediate survival." With a series of coordinated attacks, they managed to incapacitate the crystal villain, with Yaoyorozu creating capture restraints to secure him. As they prepared to continue toward the main facility, however, a familiar misty portal opened before them. Kurogiri, Izuku identified, immediately expanding his room to counteract the warp villain's spatial manipulations. "Young Midoriya," Kurogiri greeted with unsettling politeness. "My master has waited a long time to see you again." "Your master tried to turn me into a weapon," Izuku replied coldly. "I declined the offer." Kurogiri's misty form seemed to chuckle. "You misunderstand. You were never meant to have choices." Without warning, multiple portals opened around their group. Unlike at USJ, these warp gates were precisely targeted, aiming to separate them from each other. "Counter," Izuku called, using his own spatial abilities to disrupt Kurogiri's portals. It was like trying to unravel knots in space itself, a battle of spatial manipulation that strained Izuku's concentration to its limits. "You've grown stronger," Kurogiri acknowledged, "but you're still just a child playing with powers you don't fully understand." "Room, full extension," Izuku responded, pushing his abilities further than he had since the sports festival. His spatial domain expanded dramatically, giving him direct control over all local dimensional relationships. Dimensional lock. It was a technique Izuku had been developing in secret, a method to temporarily freeze spatial relationships, preventing other spatial manipulators from affecting the area. Kurogiri's portals flickered and destabilized as Izuku's lock took effect. "Impossible," Kurogiri gasped, his yellow eyes widening in surprise. "You can't override my quirk." "I'm not overriding it," Izuku corrected, sweat beading on his forehead from the strain. I'm stabilizing the dimensional constants within my domain. Your warp gates require flexible spatial parameters to function. Taking advantage of Kurogiri's momentary confusion, Tokoyami sent Dark Shadow hurtling toward the warp villain, while Bakugo prepared his howitzer impact. "Now!" Izuku shouted, momentarily releasing his dimensional lock to allow his classmates' attacks to reach their target. The combined assault struck Kurogiri directly, disrupting his misty form and forcing him to retreat through a hastily created escape portal. As the warp villain vanished, however, his final words echoed ominously. "He's coming for you himself, Experiment 616. You can't run from your creator forever." In the sudden silence that followed, Izuku found his classmates staring at him with varying expressions of confusion and concern. What did he mean by experiment? Yaoyorozu asked hesitantly. Before Izuku could decide how to respond, the forest around them erupted in chaos as a new wave of villains attacked. This time, they weren't alone. A massive muscular figure with exposed brain tissue similar to the Nomu from USJ, but with clear differences, burst through the trees. High-end, Izuku identified, recognizing the advanced Nomu type from Aizawa's classified reports. Multiple quirks, enhanced intelligence, extremely dangerous. "Then we take it down together," Bakugo declared, positioning himself for battle. Izuku shook his head. "No, you all continue to the main facility. I'll handle this." "That's suicide," Todoroki objected. "Even you can't take that thing alone." "I don't intend to fight it," Izuku replied, his voice steady. "I intend to remove it from the battlefield entirely, but I need space and concentration to do so." After a moment of tense consideration, Todoroki nodded. "We'll draw its attention, give you an opening. But if your plan fails, we're coming back." "Understood," Izuku agreed. "On my signal, create the largest distraction you can, then move out immediately." As the high-end Nomu lumbered closer, analyzing them with disturbing intelligence in its exposed eyes, Izuku began gathering his spatial energy. He would only get one chance at this. "Now!" he shouted. Bakugo unleashed his most powerful explosion directly at the Nomu's face, while Todoroki created a massive fire-ice combination attack that engulfed its lower body. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow, enhanced by the night, slammed into the creature from behind, while Yaoyorozu and Jiru provided supporting attacks with a cannon and sonic blast, respectively. The coordinated assault temporarily disoriented the high end, creating the opening Izuku needed. As his classmates retreated as instructed, he stepped forward and plunged his sword into the ground. Room absolute. The spatial domain that formed was different from his usual room. Darker, denser, with visible distortions rippling through the air. It encompassed only Izuku and the Nomu, separating them from regular spacetime. Dimensional cascade. The space within Izuku's specialized room began to fold in on itself, creating a series of nested dimensional pockets. The high-end Nomu, sensing the danger, charged toward Izuku with frightening speed. Tact singularity. Gravity within the domain suddenly intensified 1,000-fold, focused entirely on the Nomu. The creature's momentum halted as it was dragged toward the center of the gravitational well Izuku had created. Existence erasure. With this final technique, one recovery girl had explicitly forbidden him from using due to its neurological strain. Izuku temporarily removed a section of reality itself, creating a void that pulled the Nomu into a pocket dimension completely separated from their world. The effort was immense. Blood poured from Izuku's nose and ears as he maintained the dimensional separation long enough to complete the transfer. When he finally released the technique, collapsing to his knees in exhaustion, the high end was gone, trapped in a dimensional prison from which even its multiple quirks couldn't free it. The forest around him was eerily silent, the local wildlife having fled from the unnatural spatial distortions. As Izuku struggled to his feet, using his sword for support, he sensed another presence approaching, one that radiated a familiar and terrible power. "Impressive," came a deep, modulated voice from the shadows. "You've far exceeded my expectations, Experiment 616. Izuku turned slowly, his spatial senses confirming what his heart already knew. All for one. The shadowy figure stepped forward, his face obscured by a distinctive mask with tubes connecting to a life support system. Despite the medical apparatus, his presence was overwhelming, a pressure that seemed to distort the very air around him. "You remember me," All for One observed, sounding pleased. I wondered if they'd managed to suppress those memories during your rehabilitation. I remember everything, Izuku replied, his voice cold despite his weakened state. My parents, the facility, the experiments. Necessary sacrifices for remarkable results, all for one dismissed with a wave of his hand. Look at what you've become, a spatial manipulator of unprecedented power. My finest creation. I'm not your creation, Izuku stated firmly, raising his sword despite knowing he was in no condition to fight. I made myself what I am. All for one chuckled, the sound distorted by his mask. Such pride, but misplaced. Every technique you just performed, from your room to your dimensional cascade, all stem from the quirk factors I had implanted in you. You are, quite literally, my masterpiece. A masterpiece that will be your undoing, Izuku countered, activating a micro room around himself. It was all he could manage in his current state, but it might buy him enough time for reinforcements to arrive. Oh, I don't think so, All for One replied, raising his hand. Air cannon. The concentrated blast of air pressure struck with devastating force, shattering Izuku's weakened spatial barrier and sending him flying backward into a tree. His sword clattered away, leaving him momentarily defenseless. You see, All for One continued conversationally as he approached, I could have created another Kurogiri. A simple warp gate, useful but limited. Instead, I attempted something far more ambitious with you. A spatial manipulator with complete dimensional control. Izuku struggled to rise, blood dripping from his injuries. Why are you telling me this? Because I want you to understand your purpose, All for One explained, his tone almost paternal. You were designed to be more than a mere teleporter. You were to be my ultimate contingency, a being capable of extracting me from any prison, of creating pocket dimensions where I could operate beyond the reach of heroes. Despite his situation, Izuku couldn't help but analyze this information. The implanted quirk wasn't just spatial manipulation, he realized aloud. It was a composite of multiple spatial quirks designed to evolve over time. Precisely. All for One seemed genuinely delighted by Izuku's understanding. You always were exceptionally intelligent, another reason I selected you specifically. You killed my parents, Izuku stated, his voice flat but his eyes burning with controlled rage. A necessary evil, All for One dismissed. Their quirks were useful components in your spatial matrix. Your mother's minor telekinesis and your father's flame breath, seemingly unrelated, but both containing spatial control elements at the genetic level. This revelation sent a shock through Izuku. He had never known his parents' quirks had contributed to his own artificial abilities. It created an unsettling connection between his power and the family he'd lost. Enough talk, All for One decided, extending his hand. It's time to reclaim my investment. Your quirk has developed beautifully, but you've allied yourself with the wrong side. A shame, but easily corrected with some mental adjustments. As All for One's fingers extended toward Izuku's head, a familiar capture weapon suddenly wrapped around the villain's arm, pulling it off course. Get away from my son, Aizawa's voice cut through the clearing, his eyes glowing red as he activated his erasure quirk. All for One seemed more amused than concerned by the interruption. Eraserhead, how touching. You've grown attached to my experiment. His name is Izuku Midoriya, Aizawa stated firmly, positioning himself between All for One and his adopted son. And he's not yours to reclaim. Taking advantage of the distraction, Izuku reached for his sword, summoning his remaining strength to create a small portal that brought the weapon back to his hand. You can't defeat me, Eraserhead, All for One noted calmly. Even with your erasure, I have quirks that don't require activation. I don't need to defeat you, Aizawa replied. I just need to stall you. As if on cue, the unmistakable voice of All Might rang through the forest. I am here. All for One sighed with what sounded like genuine disappointment. Always interrupting at the critical moment, old friend. Very well, our reunion will have to wait. Experiment 616. Before either Aizawa or Izuku could react, All for One activated a quirk that created a massive concussive blast, forcing them to shield themselves. When they looked up, he was gone. Are you all right? Aizawa asked, immediately moving to Izuku's side. Functional, Izuku replied, though his condition suggested otherwise. The others? Safe. They reached the facility and alerted us. Aizawa quickly assessed Izuku's injuries with practiced efficiency. You used forbidden techniques. It wasn't a question, but Izuku nodded anyway. It was necessary. Recovery Girl will have both our heads, Aizawa muttered, helping Izuku to his feet. Can you walk? Yes, Izuku insisted, though he leaned heavily on his sword. As they made their way slowly through the forest, he asked the question that had been burning in his mind. Did you know about my parents' quirks being part of mine? Aizawa was silent for a moment before answering. Recovery Girl suspected it. The genetic markers were consistent with composite implementation. But we couldn't be certain. I see. Izuku processed this information with his usual outward calm, though internally it raised profound questions about his identity and the nature of his power. It doesn't change who you are, Aizawa stated firmly, seeming to read Izuku's thoughts. Your parents' quirks might be components of your ability, but how you use that power is entirely your choice. Before Izuku could respond, they were met by All Might, who had been searching the forest for additional villains. Young Midoriya! The symbol of peace exclaimed, his expression shifting from heroic confidence to concern. You're severely injured. I'll recover, Izuku assured him, though his pallor and the blood staining his costume suggested otherwise. He needs immediate medical attention, Aizawa instructed, and secure containment for the villains we've captured. All Might nodded, gently taking over supporting Izuku. The League has retreated, but we've apprehended several of their newer members. The students are all accounted for, though many are injured. And the high-end Nomu? Izuku asked. There's no sign of it, All Might replied, looking puzzled. Did you encounter it? He removed it, Aizawa explained briefly. Dimensional containment. All Might's eyes widened in surprise and what might have been concern. I see. Most impressive, young man, but extremely dangerous, Izuku finished, wincing as a particularly sharp pain lanced through his head. I'm aware of the risks. As they reached the main facility, Recovery Girl was waiting, her expression a mixture of relief and exasperation when she saw Izuku's condition. Dimensional manipulation, she diagnosed immediately, recognizing the symptoms, after I explicitly forbade it. The situation required extreme measures, Izuku defended weakly. The situation required you to stay alive, Recovery Girl countered, already beginning her treatment. Your spatial cortex is showing signs of severe strain. You could have suffered permanent neural collapse. As Recovery Girl worked, Izuku noticed his classmates watching from a distance, their expressions varying from concern to curiosity. Todoroki, Bakugo, and the others who had witnessed his confrontation with Kurogiri seemed particularly intent, clearly waiting for explanations that Izuku wasn't sure he was ready to provide. They know something happened, Aizawa noted, following Izuku's gaze. The villain called you an experiment. Yes, Izuku acknowledged. Questions will be unavoidable. You don't have to answer them all, Aizawa reminded him. Your past is your business. Izuku considered this as Recovery Girl continued her treatment. His past had always been a closely guarded secret, known only to Aizawa, Recovery Girl, and a few select UA staff members. But now that All for One had returned, had specifically targeted him, perhaps keeping his classmates in the dark was no longer the safest approach. They should know the basics, Izuku decided finally. For their own safety, if nothing else. Aizawa nodded. Your choice, but it can wait until you've recovered. Recovery Girl finished her initial treatment, administering several specialized medications designed to stabilize Izuku's neural pathways. No quirk use for at least a week, she instructed firmly. Not even basic teleportation. Your brain needs complete rest to repair the damage. Understood, Izuku agreed, already feeling the exhaustion overtaking him as the adrenaline faded. As his consciousness began to fade, Izuku's last thought was of All for One's words, "You are my masterpiece." The villain had intended it as a claim of ownership, but Izuku resolved to transform it into something else, a failure of the villain's plans, proof that even the most carefully designed weapon could choose its own target. He would be a masterpiece, yes, but one of his own making. And when he faced All for One again, as he inevitably would, he would be ready. The space between creator and creation was about to be redefined. The silence following All for One's retreat didn't last long. Izuku's consciousness faded as Recovery Girl's healing took effect, but darkness offered no respite. His spatial cortex, still active despite his exhaustion, pulsed with dimensional echoes of All for One's presence, distinctive spatial disturbances that lingered like fingerprints across reality. He woke 3 days later with absolute clarity. "He's still here," Izuku stated, sitting upright in the hospital bed. His eyes locked onto Aizawa, who hadn't left his side. "All for one. I can sense him." Aizawa moved instantly. "You need rest. Your spatial cortex is functioning precisely as designed," Izuku finished, already disconnecting monitoring equipment. "I can track him. His presence leaves dimensional fractures unique to his quirk signature." "Recovery Girl explicitly forbade quirk use," Aizawa reminded him, though his tone suggested he knew argument was futile. Izuku swung his legs over the bed's edge. "I'm not using my quirk. I'm detecting residual spatial anomalies. Passive observation, not active manipulation." Before Aizawa could respond, alarms blared throughout the facility. Emergency protocols activated as Vlad King burst through the door. 3 Nomus attacking downtown, high-ends, all of them. Izuku was already moving, retrieving his sword from the equipment locker. "Diversion. All for one is elsewhere." "You're in no condition." Aizawa began. "Room," Izuku stated calmly. The spherical field encompassed them instantly, defying Recovery Girl's restrictions. "Scan." His spatial awareness expanded outward, detecting the distinctive warping of dimensional boundaries 20 kilometers southeast. "Found him. Underground facility. Heavy shielding, but spatial distortions are unmistakable." "Midoriya." Aizawa's voice hardened. "Stand down. That's an order." Izuku met his adoptive father's gaze. "He killed my parents. Used their quirks to create mine. This ends now." Shambles. Before Aizawa could activate his erasure quirk, Izuku had swapped places with a medical cart in the hallway, then immediately created another portal, stepping through it before anyone could react. The portal deposited him on a rooftop overlooking the industrial district. Izuku staggered slightly, his spatial cortex protesting the sudden exertion after days of inactivity. Blood trickled from his nose, but he wiped it away without concern. Tech precision. The technique focused his spatial awareness like a scalpel, cutting through layers of reality to pinpoint All for One's exact location. 3 buildings away, an abandoned warehouse concealed an underground laboratory where spatial anomalies pulsed with malevolent energy. Izuku moved without hesitation, creating a series of micro-portals that allowed him to traverse the distance in seconds. As he approached, he detected multiple guards, enhanced humans with artificial quirks similar to his own origins. The first never saw him coming. "Mess," Izuku whispered, plunging his hand through the guard's chest without breaking skin. The man collapsed instantly as Izuku extracted his heart, holding the still beating organ momentarily before placing it in a dimensional pocket. The second guard detected the disturbance, activating a strength-enhancing quirk. He charged forward with superhuman speed, only to find himself suddenly missing his legs below the knees. "Dark Cloak Dimension Slash," Izuku stated, his sword leaving no blood as it cut through dimensional space itself rather than flesh. The severed limbs fell as the guard collapsed in shock rather than pain. 3 more guards converged on his position. Izuku's expression remained impassive as he sheathed his sword. Room expanded. The spherical field grew to encompass the entire building complex. Within his domain, Izuku detected 27 individuals, all artificially enhanced, all expendable obstacles between him and All for One. Shambles, multi-target. In an instant, every guard found themselves in completely different positions. Many materialized partially inside walls or floors. Their screams were brief. Izuku walked calmly through the carnage, following the spatial distortions to a reinforced door. He didn't bother with conventional entry. Kamui. His body phased through solid matter, molecular structure temporarily shifting into an adjacent dimension as he passed through the door unimpeded. Inside, a sterile laboratory contained familiar equipment, surgical apparatus identical to those from his childhood nightmares, and standing beside an operating table, mask in place but posture suggesting he'd been expecting this visit, was All for One. "Experiment 616, the villain greeted. "Or do you prefer Izuku now?" Izuku didn't respond verbally. Instead, he extended his hand. Gamma knife. The concentrated blade of spatial energy shot forward with lethal intent. All for One sidestepped with uncanny precision, the attack missing by millimeters. "Predictable opening," All for One commented. "I designed that technique myself." "Impact reversal," the villain countered, activating one of his numerous quirks. The spatial energy of Izuku's attack suddenly reversed direction, hurtling back toward its creator. Dark-cloaked black hole. Izuku's sword absorbed the redirected energy completely, its blade momentarily turning pitch black before gleaming with enhanced power. You've integrated multiple spatial paradigms, All for One observed, sounding genuinely impressed. Dimensional cutting, warp manipulation, spatial recomposition, truly my finest work. Radio knife, Izuku responded, sending invisible spatial distortions rippling through the laboratory. Equipment disintegrated at the molecular level as the attack passed through, but All for One remained untouched, protected by an invisible barrier. Impact nullification, the villain identified his defensive quirk, quite useful against spatial attacks. Izuku changed tactics instantly. Tact, gravity singularity. The space around All for One suddenly compressed, gravitational forces increasing 1,000-fold. Laboratory equipment crumpled like paper as floor tiles shattered. The villain grunted, momentarily forced to one knee by the overwhelming pressure. Air cannon, All for One countered, the pressurized blast disrupting Izuku's gravitational field. Before Izuku could re-establish control, the villain followed with bone spears, sending calcified projectiles shooting from his fingertips. Kamui intangibility. The bone spears passed harmlessly through Izuku's phased form. He maintained the intangible state as he charged forward, solidifying only his sword hand for a devastating strike. Dark-cloaked dimension/equinox. The blade carved through All for One's defensive barrier, slicing across his chest in a perfect arc. The villain staggered backward, black ichor seeping from the dimensional wound that had bypassed his physical enhancements. Impressive, All for One acknowledged, regeneration quirk already closing the injury, but insufficient. He counterattacked with blinding speed, multiple quirks activating simultaneously. Kinetic boosters accelerated his movement while strength amplifiers made each strike potentially lethal. Izuku defended with shambles, constantly repositioning to avoid direct contact. You can't win through evasion, All for One taunted, his regeneration now complete. I possess over 200 quirks, including counters to every spatial technique in your arsenal. You miscalculate, Izuku replied, speaking for the first time since the battle began. I'm not limited to techniques you designed. Room, absolute dominion. The spatial field that formed wasn't the usual blue sphere, but something darker, denser, with visible fractures in reality spreading outward from Izuku's position. The laboratory's dimensions warped unnaturally, distances stretching and compressing in impossible ways. What is this? All for One demanded, genuine surprise in his voice as he found himself unable to move normally, space itself resisting his actions. My evolution, Izuku answered. You created a spatial manipulator. I became something more. All for One activated multiple defensive quirks simultaneously, fighting against the spatial distortions with raw power. This level of dimensional control shouldn't be possible without neural collapse. Blood now flowed freely from Izuku's nose and ears, but his expression remained determined. You're right. The human brain can't typically process multidimensional spatial calculations at this scale. Then how? Because my spatial cortex isn't entirely human anymore, Izuku revealed. Recovery Girl discovered it 3 months ago. My brain is evolving, creating new neural structures specifically designed for spatial computation. For the first time, All for One something resembling fear. Self-evolving quirk factor. The final phase wasn't supposed to activate until adulthood. Fallen Angel Gate. Reality tore open behind All for One, a swirling vortex of dimensional energy that began pulling everything toward it with irresistible force. Laboratory equipment, surgical tools, and debris vanished into the spatial rift. All for One activated an anchor quirk, physically binding himself to the floor's molecular structure. You can't contain me! I'll escape any dimensional prison you create. I'm not trying to contain you, Izuku corrected, his voice steady despite the blood now dripping from his eyes. This isn't a prison. It's a one-way journey to dimensional coordinates where physical laws prevent quirk activation. The villain's eyes widened behind his mask as he reinforced his anchoring with additional quirks. You'd sacrifice yourself to eliminate me? The dimensional backlash from this technique will destroy your spatial cortex. Worth it, Izuku stated simply, increasing the portal's pull. The laboratory began disintegrating around them as the dimensional rift grew larger. The standoff might have continued, but the laboratory wall suddenly exploded inward. All Might burst through the opening, followed closely by Aizawa and several other pro-heroes. "Young Midoriya, stop!" All Might shouted, assessing the catastrophic spatial distortions threatening to tear reality apart. All for One seized the momentary distraction. Warp Gate he activated, creating his own dimensional portal directly behind himself. Until next time, my masterpiece. Before Izuku could redirect his attack, All for One had vanished through his escape portal, which collapsed immediately after his passage. The Fallen Angel Gate, now without its intended target, began destabilizing rapidly. Spatial fractures spread throughout the facility as reality itself threatened to unravel. "Everyone out!" Izuku commanded, struggling to maintain control. "I need to contain the collapse." "Not without you," Aizawa countered, moving to his side despite the crushing spatial pressures. Izuku met his adoptive father's gaze. "Trust me." After a moment of tension, Aizawa nodded. "Heroes, retreat, now!" As the pro-heroes evacuated, Izuku turned his full attention to the destabilizing dimensional rift. His spatial cortex burned with neural overload, but he pushed through the pain. Room. Final configuration. The spatial field contracted rapidly, pulling the dimensional anomalies inward rather than allowing them to spread. Izuku concentrated all the unstable energy into a single point, compressing it until it collapsed under its own spatial density. The implosion was silent, but devastating. A perfect sphere of distorted space approximately 10 meters in diameter simply ceased to exist, leaving nothing but scorched earth where the laboratory had stood. At the edge of the crater, Izuku collapsed, blood flowing freely from every facial orifice. His spatial cortex had nearly shut down from the strain, but he remained conscious through sheer willpower. "He escaped?" he managed to tell Aizawa as the hero reached him. "But I know how to find him now." Recovery Girl's fury upon Izuku's return to UA was legendary. Multiple staff members claimed they could hear her tirade from 3 floors away as she treated his catastrophically strained spatial cortex. "Dimensional rifting, absolute spatial dominion, multi-target extraction," she fumed, administering specialized neural stabilizers. "You've damaged neural pathways that haven't even fully developed yet." Izuku endured her treatment and lecture stoically. It was necessary. Necessary. Recovery Girl's voice rose an octave. "You nearly caused permanent quirk burnout. Your spatial cortex was milliseconds from complete neural collapse." "But it didn't collapse," Izuku noted. "It adapted." Recovery Girl paused, her expression shifting from anger to scientific curiosity despite herself. "What do you mean, adapted?" "During the dimensional compression, I experienced new neural pathways forming in real time," Izuku explained. "My spatial perception expanded beyond 3-dimensional limitations." She ran additional scans, her eyes widening at the results. "This is unprecedented. Your spatial cortex has developed entirely new structures, almost as if it's evolving to accommodate greater spatial complexity," Izuku finished. All for One mentioned a final phase that wasn't supposed to activate until adulthood. Recovery Girl's expression darkened. "That monster designed your quirk to evolve over time. The question is whether these changes are beneficial adaptations or ticking time bombs." "We don't have time to find out," Izuku stated, already attempting to rise from the examination table. All for One is accelerating his plans. The Nomu attacks were coordinated distractions for something bigger. "You're not going anywhere," Recovery Girl insisted, physically pushing him back down with surprising strength. "Minimum recovery time is 3 days with absolute quirk restriction." "Unacceptable," Izuku countered. Every hour gives your brain time to stabilize these new neural pathways," she interrupted firmly. "Push too hard too soon and you'll lose spatial control entirely, permanently." Their standoff was interrupted by Aizawa's arrival. One look at his expression told Izuku that arguing would be futile. 3 days, Aizawa stated, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "With monitoring equipment, or I'll personally use my quirk to erase your abilities for the entire recovery period." Izuku recognized defeat. 3 days, but I'll need access to my research materials." Recovery Girl nodded grudgingly. "Fine. Research only, no practical applications." For 3 days, Izuku immersed himself in spatial theory, developing new applications based on his expanded understanding of dimensional mechanics. His classmates visited sporadically, but he remained focused on his work, barely acknowledging their presence. On the 4th day, alarms blared throughout UA. 6 high-end nomas had simultaneously attacked different parts of the city, overwhelming local pro-heroes. It was the distraction pattern Izuku had predicted. Room scan, he activated immediately, ignoring Recovery Girl's protests. His spatial awareness expanded outward, detecting the distinctive spatial distortions that indicated All for One's presence. Found him. Downtown Financial District. He's accessing the underground vault system. The National Quirk Research Database is stored there, Aizawa noted grimly, including all data on artificial quirk development. Izuku was already moving, equipment monitors detaching as he stood. He's after my development records. With that data, he could create more spatial manipulators. You're not cleared for combat, Aizawa reminded him, though his tone lacked conviction. No one else can track him, Izuku countered, retrieving his sword, and no one else can fight him on dimensional terms. After a brief hesitation, Aizawa nodded. You follow protocol. Team engagement only. No solo heroics. Understood, Izuku agreed, already calculating the fastest route, and I'll coordinate with the pro team on site. Shambles. Self. He vanished instantly, reappearing on a rooftop overlooking the financial district. The scene below was chaos, civilians fleeing as security forces engaged with League of Villains members. Toga and Twice were creating diversions, while Dabi's blue flames kept pro-heroes at bay. Izuku's spatial awareness pinpointed All for One's location immediately, 3 levels below ground, moving through the vault complex with methodical purpose. Kamui. His body phased through solid matter, descending through concrete and steel until he reached the underground complex. As he solidified, he found himself facing not All for One, but Kurogiri. The Master predicted your arrival, the warp villain stated, misty form expanding to block the corridor. Predictable, Izuku responded. Room. As his spatial domain formed, Kurogiri countered with multiple warp gates, creating spatial interference that disrupted Izuku's control. The competing spatial manipulations caused reality to flicker unnaturally around them. Your quirk is derived from mine, Kurogiri noted, but fundamentally limited by comparison. Incorrect assessment, Izuku replied calmly. Dark cloaked dimension slash. The attack passed through Kurogiri's misty form without apparent effect. The warp villain's yellow eyes narrowed in what might have been amusement. Physical attacks cannot harm me, Kurogiri reminded him. My body exists partially in another dimension. I know, Izuku acknowledged. That's why I didn't target your body. Kurogiri suddenly realized what had happened. The dimensional slash hadn't aimed for his physical form, but had instead severed the connection between his consciousness and his warp gates. Warp gates. The portals collapsed instantly, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Shambles, spatial lock. Before Kurogiri could recover, Izuku had trapped him in a specialized spatial prison, a section of reality where dimensional coordinates were fixed, preventing warp manipulation. Impossible, Kurogiri gasped, finding himself unable to create new gates. This level of spatial control is beyond your comprehension, Izuku finished, already moving past the immobilized villain. Stay there. Pro-heroes will collect you shortly. He continued deeper into the vault complex, his spatial awareness guiding him through security systems and reinforced barriers. 2 more League members attempted to intercept him, expendable pawns that barely slowed his advance. Tact, he stated simply, increasing gravity around the first attacker until consciousness faded. Mez followed immediately, his hand passing through the second villain's chest to temporarily remove their lung. Painful but non-lethal incapacitation. As Izuku approached the central vault, he detected All for One's presence along with something unexpected. Multiple spatial anomalies clustering around a central point, creating dimensional interference that even his enhanced perception struggled to penetrate. He entered cautiously, sword drawn and spatial field extended. The massive vault door had been disintegrated rather than opened, revealing All for One standing before a computer terminal. Around him hovered 6 orbs of distorted space, miniature dimensional pockets similar to Izuku's own technique. Right on schedule, All for One greeted without turning. Your predictability remains your greatest weakness, Experiment 616. Izuku Midoriya, he corrected, assessing the dimensional orbs with growing concern. They contain compressed spatial energy, like bombs waiting to detonate. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Names are irrelevant, all for one dismissed, finishing his data extraction. What matters is function, and your function has always been to serve as my ultimate contingency. Dark Cloak Dimension / Equinox. Izuku's attack aimed not for All for One, but for the computer terminal, severing its connection to the database. All for One seemed unconcerned as he pocketed the data drive he'd already filled. Too late, the villain noted. I have everything I need about Project Spatial Dominance, including the neural adaptation sequences that make your quirk so unique. You won't leave with it, Izuku stated, expanding his room to encompass the entire vault. Shambles multi-target. The technique should have instantly switched All for One's position with one of the damaged security drones lying nearby. Instead, the villain remained unmoved, protected by some invisible force. Spatial immunity, All for One identified the quirk he was using. Acquired specifically to counter your abilities. Did you think I wouldn't prepare for our reunion? The orbs of distorted space suddenly accelerated toward Izuku, each containing enough dimensional energy to tear a hole in reality. He reacted instantly. Kamui, dimensional storage. 5 of the 6 spatial bombs vanished into Izuku's personal pocket dimension, safely contained. The 6th detonated before he could capture it, releasing a shockwave of spatial distortion that warped everything within 10 meters. Izuku countered with Dark Cloaked Black Hole, his sword absorbing most of the released energy. Even so, the backlash sent him crashing into the vault wall, momentarily disrupting his concentration. All for One didn't waste the opening. Force multiplication he activated, his physical strength suddenly increasing exponentially as he closed the distance with blinding speed. The impact of his punch shattered 3 of Izuku's ribs despite defensive spatial warping. Before he could recover, All for One followed with Neural Disruption, a quirk that specifically targeted Izuku's spatial cortex with debilitating pain. Izuku staggered, blood pouring from his nose as his spatial control wavered. The room he'd established began to collapse, dimensions returning to normal around them. You see, All for One gloated, I designed your quirk. I understand its every weakness, every limitation. Despite the neural disruption, Izuku managed to maintain enough concentration for one desperate counter. Injection shot. The concentrated burst of spatial energy struck All for One directly in the chest, momentarily disrupting his quirk combination. It was enough for Izuku to regain his footing and re-establish spatial control. Room. Awakening. The technique was dangerous, a forced expansion of his spatial cortex's capabilities beyond safe parameters. Recovery Girl had explicitly forbidden it after discovering its existence in his research notes. But desperation demanded extreme measures. The spatial field that formed wasn't the usual spherical domain, but something more complex. A multi-dimensional construct that existed simultaneously in several planes of reality. Within this enhanced room, Izuku's perception and control expanded dramatically. What is this? All for One demanded, suddenly finding his movements restricted by spatial constraints he couldn't perceive. Evolution, Izuku answered, blood now flowing from his eyes as his brain struggled with the computational demands of the technique. You designed my quirk to evolve, but you couldn't predict how it would develop. All for One activated multiple quirks simultaneously, fighting against the spatial restrictions. Neural overload, he countered, targeting Izuku's already strained spatial cortex with another specialized attack. The pain was excruciating, but Izuku pushed through it, focusing on a technique he'd never attempted outside theoretical calculations. Dark Cloaked Dimension / Absolute Zero. The attack was unlike anything he'd previously executed. Not a cut through physical space, but through dimensional boundaries themselves. Where his sword passed, reality simply ceased to exist, leaving a void that physics itself couldn't define. All for One recognized the danger too late. The dimensional severance caught him mid-movement, cutting through his spatial immunity quirk as if it were tissue paper. His right arm and shoulder simply vanished, not severed, but erased from existence. The villain's scream was more rage than pain as his regeneration quirk failed to restore what no longer existed in any dimension. What have you done? Created a technique you didn't program, Izuku answered, maintaining his stance despite blood now covering most of his face, one that erases matter from all dimensional planes simultaneously. All for One activated his warp quirk, attempting to escape. Izuku countered immediately. Dimensional lock. The technique prevented spatial displacement within his enhanced room, blocking All for One's retreat. The villain's expression contorted with fury behind his mask as he realized he was trapped. If I can't escape, All for One decided, then neither will you. Quirk detonation. His remaining arm began glowing with unnatural energy as he activated a last resort technique, the simultaneous release of multiple quirk factors in an uncontrolled explosion that would devastate everything within a kilometer radius. Izuku recognized the technique from Aizawa's classified reports. There was only one counter. Kamui, complete phase. As All for One's quirk detonation reached critical mass, Izuku phased not just himself but the entire vault into an adjacent dimension, containing the catastrophic release of energy in a space where it could harm no one. The explosion was spectacular even by dimensional standards. Quirk energy in unimaginable quantities tore through the pocket dimension, threatening to break through into the primary reality. Izuku strained to maintain the phase separation, his spatial cortex processing calculations beyond human comprehension. When the energy finally dissipated, Izuku released the phase technique, returning what remained of the vault to normal spacetime. The room was unrecognizable, scorched and warped by forces that defied conventional physics. All for One was gone. Whether destroyed by his own attack or escaped through some final contingency was impossible to determine amid the dimensional chaos. Izuku collapsed, his spatial cortex finally shutting down from the immense strain. His last conscious action was to create a small portal that would allow pro-heroes to locate him amid the destruction. His recovery took weeks rather than days. Recovery Girl's fury had transformed into clinical fascination as she documented the extraordinary changes in his spatial cortex. Your brain has essentially rebuilt itself, she explained, showing him the comparative scans. Neural pathways specifically optimized for spatial computation. It's beyond anything in medical literature. Izuku absorbed this information with his usual calm. Functional improvements? Substantial, she confirmed. Once fully healed, your spatial control should be approximately 300% more efficient. But, she added sternly, the developmental process remains fragile. One more overexertion like your battle with All for One could cause permanent damage. Understood, Izuku acknowledged. Controlled progression. His return to UA classes was met unexpected reactions from his classmates. Where he had expected wariness after his display of power, he found something closer to respect. Even Bakugo's typical hostility had evolved into grudging acknowledgement. About time you got back, Space Boy, the explosive student greeted. Training's been boring without someone worth fighting. Todoroki was more direct. You faced All for One alone. That was either incredibly brave or incredibly foolish. Tactically necessary, Izuku corrected. No one else could track his spatial signature. Next time you won't face him alone, Todoroki stated with quiet determination. None of us will. The sentiment was echoed by others in Class 1A, each in their own way offering support that Izuku hadn't anticipated. It was unfamiliar but not unwelcome. Training resumed with increased intensity. Aizawa, understanding the threat that remained despite All for One's apparent defeat, developed specialized regimens to push Izuku's evolving abilities while maintaining neural safety. Room precision extension, Izuku practiced, creating multiple localized spatial fields rather than a single large domain. The technique required finer control but consumed less neural energy. Dark Cloak Dimension / Selective. His sword now cut through specific targets within a crowd of training dummies, dimensional precision allowing him to choose exactly what his attacks affected. Kamui, partial phase. Instead of phasing his entire body, Izuku learned to phase individual limbs or sections, making him virtually untouchable in close combat while maintaining offensive capabilities. Each technique was refined through practical application rather than theory. When villains attacked a civilian transport 3 weeks into his recovery, Izuku responded alongside pro-heroes, putting his evolved abilities to the test. Room, he established immediately upon arrival, encompassing the entire highway section where villains had created a barricade of wrecked vehicles. Scan. His enhanced spatial awareness detected 17 civilians trapped in various vehicles, 9 villains with assorted quirks and unstable structural damage threatening to collapse the elevated roadway. Shambles, mass evacuation. With a precision that would have been impossible before his neural evolution, Izuku simultaneously teleported all 17 civilians to safety behind pro-hero lines, replacing them with debris from the roadside. Civilian extraction complete, he reported to the hero coordinator, engaging hostiles. The villains, realizing their hostages were gone, launched a desperate attack. Izuku countered with tact selective gravity, increasing localized gravitational force around 3 villains while decreasing it around structural weak points to prevent collapse. Injection shot multi-target. The technique fired concentrated spatial energy at 5 villains simultaneously, incapacitating them without lethal force. The remaining criminal activated a destruction quirk that began disintegrating the highway's support columns. Dark, cloaked black hole. Izuku's sword absorbed the destructive energy, preventing further structural damage. Before the villain could react, he followed with Mez, temporarily removing the man's quirk factor without permanent injury. All hostiles neutralized, Izuku reported, maintaining his room to stabilize the damaged highway section, requesting structural support for emergency repairs. Cementos arrived moments later, using his quirk to reinforce the damaged sections Izuku identified through spatial analysis. Their coordinated effort prevented what could have been a catastrophic collapse. The operation earned commendation from the Hero Commission, though Izuku viewed it as merely practical application of his abilities. More importantly, it confirmed that his evolved spatial cortex could handle complex techniques without the neural strain he'd previously experienced. Training intensified further. Aizawa arranged specialized sessions with Gran Torino to improve Izuku's combat speed, while Recovery Girl continued monitoring his neural development with scientific precision. Your spatial processing has fully integrated with your autonomic nervous system, she noted during one examination. You're now maintaining microspatial adjustments unconsciously. Izuku had noticed this evolution, subtle spatial manipulations that occurred without conscious direction, like automatically phasing through unexpected obstacles or instinctively warping space around incoming attacks. Efficiency improvement, he acknowledged. Reaction time decreased by approximately 78%. Recovery Girl shook her head slightly at his clinical self-assessment. Most people would find autonomous dimensional manipulation somewhat more remarkable than efficiency improvement. His training with Gran Torino focused on exploiting this new unconscious capability. The elderly hero pushed Izuku to operate on instinct rather than calculation, like developing reflexive spatial responses that required no conscious activation. "Stop thinking so much," Gran Torino shouted, bouncing off walls at nearly invisible speeds. "Your brain is faster than your thoughts. Let it work." Izuku forced himself to relax conscious control, allowing his evolved spatial cortex to respond naturally. The result was remarkable. His body automatically created microportals that redirected Gran Torino's attacks without any mental command. "That's it," the old hero approved. "Now you're getting it." By the 6th week of recovery and training, Izuku had developed entirely new applications of his spatial abilities. Room, omnidirectional, allowed him to maintain awareness and control in all directions simultaneously. Kamui, selective intangibility, enabled precise control over which attacks could affect him. Dimensional anchor prevented other spatial manipulators from affecting his position or orientation. Each technique was tested in progressively more challenging scenarios. When a villain with a copy quirk attempted to duplicate Izuku's abilities during a bank robbery, the criminal discovered too late the neural requirements of spatial manipulation. Room, Izuku established upon arrival, immediately identifying the copycat attempting to create a similar spatial domain. Your neural structure can't support spatial computation. The villain collapsed instantly, brain overloaded by calculations. It wasn't designed to process. Izuku contained the remaining criminals with spatial prison, a technique that isolated each in a separate pocket of altered space where their quirks couldn't function effectively. Threat neutralized, he reported to the responding pro-heroes. 8 suspects contained with non-lethal dimensional restriction. His efficient handling of the situation drew attention from unexpected quarters. That evening, Izuku found himself summoned to Principal Nezu's office, where the intelligent animal waited alongside Aizawa and an unfamiliar woman in a government suit. Midoriya, Nezu greeted pleasantly. This is Director Konishi from the Special Quirk Investigation Bureau. She has a proposition that might interest you. Director Konishi studied Izuku with analytical intensity. We've been monitoring your developments since the USJ incident. Your spatial abilities offer unique applications for certain sensitive operations. Infiltration, Izuku deduced immediately. You want me to access secured locations using dimensional phasing. Among other applications, Konishi confirmed, seemingly unsurprised by his directness. We've identified multiple facilities associated with All for One's organization that conventional operatives cannot penetrate. Aizawa's expression remained neutral, but Izuku detected his concern. Midoriya is still a student. Unauthorized operations would violate his provisional license restrictions. Which is why we're offering specialized dispensation, Konishi countered smoothly, producing official documentation. Limited operational authority under direct government supervision. Izuku considered the proposal with typical thoroughness. All for One's research data remains unsecured. The possibility of more artificial spatial manipulators is unacceptable. Precisely our concern, Konishi agreed. Our intelligence suggests he survived your encounter and is accelerating development at multiple black sites. I'll do it, Izuku decided, ignoring Aizawa's frown. But with conditions, I maintain operational autonomy. Recovery Girl monitors my neural activity throughout, and I select my own support team if required. Konishi seemed prepared for his terms. Acceptable within operational security parameters. We'll provide intelligence and extraction support, but tactical decisions in the field will be yours. The first mission came 3 days later. Intelligence had identified a research facility in an abandoned mining complex where experimental quirk development continued under League of Villains protection. Primary objective is data retrieval and facility assessment. Konishi briefed Izuku at the command post established 5 kilometers from the target. Secondary objective is subject identification. Extraction only if specifically authorized. Izuku absorbed the operational parameters while checking his equipment. His hero costume had been modified with Recovery Girl's monitoring devices and specialized support items designed to enhance his spatial techniques. Expected resistance? He inquired, securing his sword. Unknown, Konishi admitted. Thermal imaging suggests approximately 20 individuals, but quirk signatures indicate potential nomus or enhanced subjects. Izuku nodded once. Insertion timeline? Your discretion. Surveillance indicates shift change at 0200 hours may provide optimal conditions. Unnecessary, Izuku stated, already activating his abilities. Kamui, complete phase. His body shifted partially out of conventional reality, becoming invisible to normal perception and monitoring equipment. In this state, he could traverse physical barriers without detection. Commencing operation, he informed the startled tactical team before phasing completely, disappearing from their view. The 5-kilometer approach took minutes rather than hours, Izuku moving through solid earth and rock with no more resistance than air. His spatial awareness extended ahead, mapping the facility's layout and identifying occupants with precision that satellite reconnaissance couldn't match. 27 individuals detected, he reported through the specialized communications device designed to function across dimensional boundaries. 15 conventional guards, 8 enhanced subjects, 4 researchers, multiple containment chambers with unidentified contents. The facility's security systems were extensive but irrelevant to his approach. Thermal sensors, motion detectors, and quirk-sensitive alarms couldn't detect someone existing partially in another dimension. Izuku phased directly into the central research area, materializing in a shadowed corner where visual detection was unlikely. The laboratory contained equipment similar to what he'd seen during his confrontation with All for One, but more advanced. Central database located, he reported, moving silently toward a secured terminal. Beginning data extraction. Rather than attempting to bypass security protocols, Izuku simply extended his hand. Room. Micro. The localized spatial field encompassed only the computer system, allowing him to directly manipulate its internal components. With precision born of extensive training, he extracted the storage drives without triggering alarms, replacing them with spatially identical but functionally useless duplicates. Primary objective secured, he updated, proceeding to secondary. Moving deeper into the facility, Izuku encountered the first enhanced guard, a hulking figure with visible surgical modifications similar to early-stage Nomu development. Before the creature could detect his presence, Izuku activated Mez, temporarily removing its ability to process visual information without causing permanent damage. The guard collapsed silently, unconscious but unharmed. Izuku continued his infiltration, neutralizing 2 more enhanced subjects with similar precision. The containment area revealed the facility's true purpose. 6 chambers contained human subjects in various stages of quirk modification, their bodies connected to equipment that monitored neural and physiological responses to artificial enhancement. Subjects located, Izuku reported, his tone unchanged despite the disturbing scene. Experimental spatial manipulator development confirmed, early stages, pre-activation. Can you extract the subjects? Konishi asked through the comlink. Izuku assessed the medical equipment. Negative. Removal from support systems would cause terminal neural collapse. They require specialized medical transport. Understood. Complete your reconnaissance and... The communication suddenly terminated as Izuku detected a massive spatial distortion approaching the facility. His enhanced awareness recognized the signature immediately. Kurogiri detected, he reported, though unsure if the message was transmitting. Likely with League reinforcements, accelerating timeline. The warp villain's arrival meant Izuku's window for undetected operation was closing rapidly. He quickly photographed the remaining research equipment and subject data before preparing for extraction. Room. Extended. The spatial field encompassed the entire containment area, allowing him to create a detailed 3-dimensional record of everything within. Recovery Girl would need this information to develop treatment protocols for the experimental subjects. As he completed his documentation, alarms suddenly blared throughout the facility. Kurogiri had detected the unconscious guards or the subtle spatial disturbances Izuku's techniques had left behind. Phase extraction compromised, Izuku reported, switching to direct approach. Rather than attempting to maintain stealth, he moved openly toward the exit route, sword drawn and spatial field extended. 4 security personnel converged on his position, quirks activated and weapons ready. Dark cloaked dimension slash. The attack didn't target the guards themselves, but the floor beneath them, creating a dimensional severance that dropped them to a lower level without injury. Izuku continued forward, encountering 2 more enhanced subjects near the main corridor. Tact gravity inversion. Both subjects suddenly found themselves pinned to the ceiling by reversed gravitational force, unable to pursue as Izuku passed beneath them. The technique wouldn't hold them long, but he needed only seconds to reach the extraction point. Kurogiri materialized directly in his path, misty form expanding to block the entire corridor. Experiment 6116, the warp villain greeted. Or should I say Izuku Midoriya? The master will be pleased to know you're pursuing his research so diligently. Not pursuing, Izuku corrected, already analyzing potential countermeasures against Kurogiri's warp capabilities. Ending. You misunderstand, Kurogiri continued, yellow eyes narrowing with what might have been amusement. The master anticipated your interference. Everything you've seen here, permitted by design. The implication was concerning, but Izuku didn't allow it to distract him. Dimensional lock. The technique should have prevented Kurogiri from creating warp gates, but the villain seemed unaffected. Your old techniques won't work anymore, Kurogiri informed him. The master has upgraded my quirk specifically to counter your abilities. To demonstrate, Kurogiri created multiple warp gates throughout the corridor, each leading to a different location within the facility where enhanced guards waited. Izuku found himself suddenly surrounded, conventional retreat impossible. Room, awakening. The advanced technique expanded his spatial control beyond normal parameters, straining his neural pathways but providing the expanded capability he needed. Within this enhanced domain, Izuku detected something unusual about Kurogiri's warp gates. They contained a frequency pattern he recognized. Your upgrades were based on my neural patterns, Izuku realized. All for One used the data he stole to modify your quirk. Perceptive as always, Kurogiri acknowledged. The master found your neural architecture most illuminating. Izuku adjusted his approach instantly. If your gates use my frequency pattern, then they're vulnerable to harmonic disruption. Radio knife. resonance. The specialized technique sent waves of spatial distortion at precisely calibrated frequencies through Kurogiri's warp gates. The misty portals flickered and destabilized as their dimensional boundaries collapsed, the resonance disrupting the copied neural pattern that controlled them. Kurogiri's form wavered as his portals collapsed. Impossible. The Master's upgrades were based on outdated neural architecture, Izuku finished. My spatial cortex has evolved beyond the patterns he recorded. Taking advantage of Kurogiri's momentary vulnerability, Izuku activated Shambles, multi-target, simultaneously teleporting all surrounding guards into a single containment room while bringing himself directly behind the warp villain. Gamma Knife. The concentrated blade of spatial energy struck Kurogiri's core consciousness, temporarily disrupting the connection between his awareness and his warp capabilities. The villain collapsed into an unconscious mist, his quirk neutralized but not permanently damaged. Primary target neutralized, Izuku reported, data communications apparently restored. Requesting containment team for high-value villain capture. Team en route, Kanishi confirmed. Secondary targets? Incapacitated but secure, Izuku updated. Facility contains 6 experimental subjects requiring specialized medical extraction. Recommend recovery girls' direct involvement. As extraction teams secured the facility, Izuku conducted a final sweep, ensuring no research data remained accessible. His spatial awareness detected one last anomaly, a hidden chamber beneath the main laboratory, shielded from conventional detection. Kamui. Phasing through the floor, Izuku discovered what appeared to be a message left specifically for him, a holographic projection activated by his spatial signature. All for One's masked visage materialized from the projector. Experiments 6.1 and 16. If you're viewing this, you've performed exactly as predicted. Your infiltration capabilities remain exceptional, but your predictability remains your greatest weakness. The message continued, revealing the facility's true purpose, not development, but observation. Everything here was designed to study your evolved capabilities. The subjects, the research data, even Kurogiri's modified quirk, all sensors to measure your progress. Izuku's expression remained impassive as he absorbed this information. All for One had anticipated his actions with disturbing accuracy. Your next moves are equally predictable, the recording continued. You'll attempt to locate my remaining facilities. You'll seek to prevent further spatial manipulator development, and in doing so, you'll provide invaluable data for the next generation of subjects. The hologram smiled behind its mask. Thank you for your continued contribution to Science Experiment 616. Until our next encounter. Izuku destroyed the projector with a precise dimensional cut, but the message's implications remained. He had walked into a trap designed not to capture, but to study him. His actions, intended to hinder All for One's plans, had inadvertently advanced them. Recovery required, he reported, suddenly aware of the neural strain from his enhanced techniques. Mission parameters compromised. The extraction proceeded with clinical efficiency, but Izuku's mind was already calculating countermeasures. If All for One could predict his standard approaches, then unpredictability became tactically essential. Recovery Girl's analysis of the facility data revealed disturbing advancements in artificial quirk implementation. He's refined the process significantly, she explained during the debriefing. The neural integration is more stable, with reduced rejection rates. Timeline estimate? Izuku asked, reviewing the medical data with professional detachment, despite its personal implications. For functional spatial manipulators? Recovery Girl considered. 6 months minimum before basic capabilities. Full dimensional control would require years of development. Unless he accelerates the process, Izuku noted. The subjects showed signs of forced neural adaptation similar to my early development. The implications were clear. All for One was creating an army of spatial manipulators, each designed to counter specific aspects of Izuku's abilities. The evolutionary advantage his neural adaptations provided would be temporary at best. We need to locate and neutralize all research facilities simultaneously, Izuku concluded, before viable subjects reach activation stage. Director Kanishi nodded in agreement. Intelligence is analyzing the data you recovered. Preliminary assessment suggests 7 additional facilities, each specializing in different aspects of spatial manipulation. Too many for sequential neutralization, Izuku calculated. Recommend coordinated strike teams with specialized support. Agreed, Konishi confirmed, but we'll need precise location data. Can you develop a method to detect the specific spatial signatures associated with these facilities? Izuku considered the challenge. Potentially. The experimental subjects emit distinctive dimensional resonance patterns during development stages. With sufficient range enhancement, those patterns could be detectable. Development timeline? Konishi pressed. 3 days, Izuku estimated, working with support department resources. The detection system took 5 days to perfect, requiring Mei Hatsume's unconventional engineering approach combined with Izuku's spatial expertise. The final device resembled a compact satellite array that could identify dimensional anomalies across a 200-kilometer radius. It works by detecting microfractures in space-time, Izuku explained during the operational briefing. Artificial spatial quirk development creates distinctive patterns of dimensional stress. The scan results confirmed Konishi's intelligence. 7 facilities scattered across Japan, each carefully hidden within existing infrastructure. The coordinated strike would require unprecedented cooperation between heroes, government agencies, and specialized support teams. Each facility will have unique security challenges, Izuku noted, displaying the scan data. Dimensional barriers, spatial traps, enhanced guards, standard approach tactics will fail. Your recommendation? Aizawa asked, now officially assigned as tactical coordinator for the operation. Specialized insertion teams, Izuku proposed, each led by a student or hero with complementary abilities to counter specific facility defenses. The plan was approved with minor modifications. Todoroki would lead the team targeting a facility with thermal-based security systems. Bakugo's explosive capabilities made him ideal for a mountainside compound with reinforced barriers. Other Class 1A students with appropriate abilities were similarly assigned, each supported by pro-heroes and tactical specialists. Izuku would target the primary research center, where intelligence suggested the most advanced spatial development occurred. His team included Aizawa for quirk neutralization and Recovery Girl for medical expertise on the experimental subjects. Simultaneous insertion at 300 hours, Aizawa finalized. Communication blackout until primary objectives secured. Emergency extraction only if facility defenses exceed predicted parameters. The night of the operation arrived with tense anticipation. Teams deployed to staging areas near their assigned targets, final equipment checks conducted in disciplined silence. Remember, Izuku addressed his team, these facilities contain experimental subjects who didn't choose their condition. Neutralization without permanent injury is priority. Aizawa nodded in approval of his adopted son's ethical focus despite the personal nature of the mission. Recovery Girl will coordinate subject extraction once the facility is secured. At precisely 300 hours, Izuku activated Room Extended Scan, detecting 23 individuals within the target facility. Unlike the previous location, this compound contained advanced spatial distortion systems, areas where dimensions had been artificially warped to create defensive barriers. Spatial countermeasures detected, he reported. Conventional phase insertion compromised. Alternative approach? Aizawa prompted. Izuku analyzed the dimensional barriers with his enhanced perception. In fact, the distortions have a consistent frequency pattern. I can create a counter-resonance to neutralize them temporarily. Proceed, Aizawa authorized. Radio knife, harmonic cancellation. The technique sent precisely calibrated spatial waves through the facility's defensive perimeter, temporarily normalizing the dimensional distortions. The window would last only seconds, but it was sufficient for their needs. Kamui, team phase. Extending his phasing ability to include Aizawa and Recovery Girl was challenging, but manageable with his evolved spatial cortex. The three passed through solid matter directly into the facility's central research area, bypassing external security entirely. Inside, they found an operation far more advanced than intelligence had suggested. 12 experimental subjects in various developmental stages occupied specialized containment units. Monitoring equipment recorded neural patterns that Izuku recognized immediately. They matched his own spatial cortex architecture, though less evolved. They're using my neural patterns as templates, he observed, scanning the data displays, attempting to replicate my evolutionary adaptations artificially. Can they succeed? Recovery Girl asked, already examining the nearest subject. Unlikely without understanding the underlying mechanism, Izuku assessed. My adaptations weren't programmed, but emergent properties of multidimensional processing. Before they could secure the research data, alarm systems activated. Not conventional security alerts, but dimensional distortion detectors specifically calibrated to Izuku's spatial signature. We've been expected, Aizawa noted grimly. Capture weapon ready as security doors sealed around them. Confirmed, Izuku agreed, detecting approaching threats through spatial awareness. 9 enhanced guards approaching, non-standard quirk signatures suggesting artificial implementation. The first enhanced subject burst through the laboratory door, a woman with visible surgical modifications and eyes that glowed with unnatural energy. She detected Izuku immediately. Target acquired, she stated in a mechanically precise voice. Experiment 616 located. Eraser, Izuku signaled, prompting Aizawa to activate his quirk immediately. The woman's glowing eyes dimmed as her artificial abilities were temporarily neutralized. Effect limited, she noted with disturbing calm. Secondary systems engaging. Despite Aizawa's erasure, she maintained some form of spatial awareness, suggesting technological enhancement rather than pure quirk ability. Izuku adjusted his approach accordingly. Dark Cloaked Dimension / Selective. The precision technique severed only the neural implants visible at the base of her skull, disabling the enhancement systems without harming the subject herself. She collapsed immediately, consciousness fading as artificial support systems failed. Non-lethal neutralization confirmed, Izuku reported. 8 more approaching with similar modifications. Recovery Girl moved quickly to stabilize the fallen subject. These implants are sophisticated bio-integration technology. Removal will require specialized equipment. Focus on data retrieval, Aizawa directed Izuku. I'll handle the approaching guards. Izuku nodded, moving toward the central terminal while Aizawa positioned himself at the laboratory entrance. Through spatial awareness, he monitored the pro-hero efficiently, neutralizing 3 enhanced guards using his capture weapon and martial expertise. The research database contained exactly what they had feared. Comprehensive documentation of Izuku's neural evolution, used as a blueprint for creating artificial spatial manipulators. More disturbing were the experimental protocols, accelerated development techniques that sacrificed subject stability for rapid quirk manifestation. Data secured, Izuku confirmed, extracting the storage drives. But the subjects require immediate medical intervention. Forced neural acceleration is causing progressive deterioration. Recovery Girl's expression hardened as she reviewed the medical monitors. These development protocols are criminally negligent. We need to stabilize them before extraction. Before they could implement emergency medical procedures, a familiar, dimensional distortion manifested in the center of the laboratory. Not Kurogiri's misty portal, but something more refined. A perfect circular gateway that opened with surgical precision. Through the portal stepped Dr. Garaki, All for One's longtime medical associate and the architect of the Nomu program. The elderly doctor smiled with disturbing pleasantness at the intruders. Experiment 616, he greeted Izuku. Or Midoriya-kun, if you prefer. Your timing is impeccable as always. Aizawa moved immediately to engage, but Garaki raised a hand in pause. I wouldn't recommend attacking Eraserhead. The portal behind me is maintaining dimensional stability for these subjects. Disrupt it, and their neural patterns collapse instantly. Izuku verified this claim with his spatial awareness, detecting the dimensional tethers connecting the portal to the containment units. He's telling the truth, he confirmed to Aizawa. The subjects are dimensionally anchored to his portal frequency. Very good, Garaki nodded approvingly. Your spatial perception continues to evolve impressively, exactly as the master predicted. What do you want? Aizawa demanded, capture weapon still ready despite holding his position. Want? Nothing at all, Garaki replied with seeming sincerity. I'm merely here to observe. This facility has fulfilled its purpose admirably. Izuku analyzed the doctor's statement with clinical detachment. Another observation post. You anticipated our coordinated strike. Of course, Garaki confirmed. Just as we anticipated your previous infiltration and the one before that, each interaction provides invaluable data on your evolving capabilities. You're using me to refine your artificial spatial manipulators, Izuku concluded, the tactical implications becoming clear. Each confrontation reveals new aspects of my abilities that you then attempt to replicate. Garaki's smile widened. Precisely. Your intelligence was always one of your most valuable attributes, Midoriya-kun. These subjects, he gestured to the containment units, represent Generation 3 of our spatial implementation program. Your actions today will inform Generation 4. You won't get the chance, Aizawa stated flatly. This operation is neutralizing all your research facilities simultaneously. Ah, yes, the coordinated strike, Garaki nodded. Most impressive organization, but I'm afraid you're attacking empty facilities. The real research was relocated days ago, once we detected your scanning technology. The revelation was concerning but not entirely surprising. Izuku had calculated a significant probability that All for One would anticipate their approach. These subjects are still real, Recovery Girl noted sharply. Their suffering isn't a theoretical exercise. Indeed not, Garaki agreed with disturbing pleasantness. They are valuable research assets, which is why I'll be taking them with me. Before anyone could react, the dimensional portal behind Garaki expanded rapidly, engulfing all 12 containment units simultaneously. The subjects and their life support systems vanished into the spatial gateway, transported to an unknown location. Room. Trace. Izuku attempted to track the dimensional coordinates of the portal destination, but found only sophisticated interference patterns specifically designed to confuse spatial tracking. Your technique is admirable, Garaki commented, already stepping back into his portal. But the master has studied your tracking methods extensively. You'll find them ineffective against our current countermeasures. As the portal began to close, Garaki offered one final observation. You know, Midoriya-kun, the master still speaks of you with pride. His greatest creation, even in defiance. There will always be a place for you in our organization. I already have a place, Izuku replied, evenly. And it's not as anyone's creation. The doctor smiled enigmatically before the portal closed completely, leaving the three heroes in an empty laboratory with only the extracted data drives as evidence of their partial success. Facility secured, Izuku reported through the communication system. Primary targets extracted by villain intervention. Research data recovered. Similar reports came in from the other teams. Each facility had been partially or completely evacuated before their arrival, with only minimal research materials remaining. The coordinated operation had been anticipated and largely neutralized before it began. The debriefing at UA was somber but analytical. Intelligence officers reviewed the recovered data while tactical teams assessed the operational failures. They're always one step ahead, Kanishi noted with frustration. It's as if they know our plans before we make them. Because they do, Izuku observed, reviewing the pattern of villain responses. All for One has structured his entire operation around predicting our countermeasures. Nezu, joining the analysis with his superior intelligence, nodded in agreement. A logical conclusion. The question becomes, how do we break the prediction cycle? By doing what All for One considers impossible, Izuku suggested, after careful consideration. Something so contrary to established tactical patterns that it cannot be predicted through standard analysis. What do you propose? Aizawa asked, recognizing the strategic shift in his adopted son's thinking. Izuku's plan was unprecedented, contradicting conventional hero protocols and his own established methodologies. Instead of pursuing All for One's operation, he proposed becoming the target. We create a scenario where All for One believes he can recapture me, Izuku explained. A vulnerability too tempting to ignore, but controlled on our terms. Absolutely not, Aizawa rejected immediately. Using yourself as bait against a villain of that caliber is the only approach he won't anticipate, Izuku completed. His entire strategy revolves around studying my abilities from a distance. Direct acquisition would provide data he can't resist. The debate was extensive and occasionally heated, with Recovery Girl particularly opposed on medical grounds. Your spatial cortex is still stabilizing after the evolutionary changes. Direct confrontation with All for One could cause permanent neural damage. Which makes the scenario more convincing, Izuku countered, a perceived vulnerability that matches his existing intelligence. After extensive discussion and multiple revisions to ensure adequate safeguards, a modified version of Izuku's plan received conditional approval. Rather than a completely isolated operation, he would be supported by an elite team of pro heroes positioned strategically out of detection range. The bait was set with meticulous attention to detail. Izuku would demonstrate signs of neural instability during a public hero operation, creating the appearance of vulnerability without excessive risk to civilians. Recovery Girl would monitor his actual neural function remotely, ensuring that controlled demonstrations didn't become genuine medical emergencies. The operation began 3 days later, with Izuku responding alongside other heroes to a staged villain incident in a commercial district. As planned, he demonstrated increasingly erratic spatial control. Portals forming at irregular intervals, dimensional cuts missing their targets by calculated margins, and visible neural strain evident in his physical symptoms. Spatial distortion detected, he reported through the specialized communication system, loud enough for nearby surveillance to capture. Room stabilization failing. The performance continued through 2 more public incidents, each carefully designed to suggest progressive neural deterioration. Intelligence assets confirmed increased villain interest in Izuku's condition, with known associates of the League of Villains observing from concealed positions. On the 4th day, Izuku collapsed during a routine patrol, a convincing display of neural overload that required apparent emergency medical transport. The ambulance that retrieved him followed a predetermined route through areas with minimal security coverage, creating an obvious opportunity for interception. The attack came precisely as anticipated, a coordinated strike that disabled the ambulance's security systems and neutralized the medical team, actually composed of disguised heroes. Twice and Toga led the operation, creating multiple duplicates to overwhelm the defensive perimeter. Izuku maintained his appearance of vulnerability, allowing himself to be secured and transported through one of Kurogiri's warp gates with minimal resistance. The tracking device embedded in his neural monitor continued transmitting dimensional coordinates as he was moved to a secured facility. The laboratory he was brought to contained advanced medical equipment specifically designed for neural analysis and quirk assessment. Dr. Garaki waited with evident satisfaction as Izuku was secured to an examination table, restraints equipped with quirk suppression technology. Remarkable, the doctor commented, reviewing preliminary neural scans. Your spatial cortex is showing signs of exactly the destabilization pattern we predicted. The forced evolutionary adaptations are proving unsustainable. Izuku maintained his role, displaying appropriate levels of disorientation and weakened resistance. Where am I? Somewhere safe, Garaki assured him with disturbing gentleness. We're going to help stabilize your neural pathways before permanent damage occurs. Why would you help me? Izuku questioned, allowing uncertainty to enter his voice. Because you're valuable, came a modulated voice from the laboratory entrance. All for One entered slowly, medical support systems evident in his modified costume. You always have been. The villain approached the examination table, studying Izuku through his mask. Your neural architecture is unique, the only successful implementation of complete spatial dominance. Losing such valuable research to preventable degradation would be unconscionable. Izuku feigned greater weakness than he actually felt, monitoring the facility's layout through passive spatial awareness while appearing disoriented. 22 individuals present, including 7 experimental subjects in various stages of development. Security systems primarily focused on preventing external intrusion rather than internal threats. The neural destabilization follows the pattern we observed in failed implementations, Garaki explained to All for One while preparing specialized equipment. Fortunately, we've developed stabilization protocols based on generations 2 and 3. Will recovery be complete? All for One inquired, displaying what seemed like genuine concern. With proper integration, yes, Garaki confirmed, though some memory modification may be necessary to prevent psychological rejection. All for One nodded in apparent satisfaction. Proceed with stabilization. I want him functional as quickly as possible. As Garaki prepared neural interface equipment, Izuku continued his passive assessment. The tracking signal was transmitting successfully, providing his support team with real-time location data. The facility's dimensional security was sophisticated, but focused primarily on preventing teleportation into the complex rather than within it. Beginning neural interface in 3 minutes, Garaki announced, calibrating equipment designed to access Izuku's spatial cortex directly. Quirk suppression at maximum. The moment had arrived. Izuku had calculated that once the neural interface activated, his ability to implement the extraction plan would be compromised. He needed to act before Garaki completed preparations. Room internal. The technique was unlike any he had previously demonstrated, a spatial domain created entirely within his own body rather than externally. Within this internalized room, the quirk suppression technology couldn't detect or prevent spatial manipulation. Biorhythms fluctuating, Garaki noted with sudden concern, checking monitoring equipment. Neural activity increasing despite suppression. Is he resisting? All for One questioned, moving closer to the examination table. Impossible, Garaki insisted. The suppression technology is specifically calibrated to his quirk signature. Calibrated to my previous signature, Izuku corrected, opening his eyes fully. Not to my evolved capabilities. Before either villain could react, Izuku activated Kamui Molecular Phase, a technique that allowed his body to pass through the physical restraints by shifting his molecular structure into an adjacent dimension. He was standing beside the examination table before the alarms even triggered. Impressive, All for One acknowledged, seemingly unsurprised by the development. Your adaptation rate exceeds even my expectations. This facility is surrounded, Izuku informed him, drawing his sword. Pro heroes will breach the perimeter in approximately 2 minutes. All for One appeared unconcerned. A coordinated rescue operation? How predictable. Kurogiri can evacuate essential personnel well before they arrive. Kurogiri won't be creating any portals, Izuku countered. The dimensional coordinates of this facility have been specifically targeted with spatial disruption technology. No external dimensional manipulation will function within 500 meters. This information finally seemed to give All for One pause. You allowed yourself to be captured as bait. Correct assessment, Izuku confirmed, expanding his awareness to track approaching hero teams. Your operational pattern became predictable, continuous observation rather than direct confrontation. All for One's mask concealed his expression, but his posture suggested something approaching admiration. Using yourself as bait against me. Perhaps I underestimated your strategic capabilities. A common mistake, Izuku acknowledged, activating Room to encompass the entire laboratory. Now we have 2 options, surrender for lawful containment or resist and face consequences. The villain's response was immediate and overwhelming. Quirk combination, strength amplification, kinetic boosting, impact reversal. The multi-quirk attack launched All for One forward with devastating power, his enhanced fist aimed directly at Izuku's chest. Instead of dodging, Izuku met the charge directly. Dark Cloak Dimensions / Absolute Zero. The dimensional severance technique cut through All for One's combined quirk effects as if they didn't exist, creating a void in reality that the villain barely managed to avoid by changing trajectory mid-attack. Even so, his right arm passed partially through the dimensional void, emerging visibly withered as portions ceased to exist in current space-time. You've mastered dimensional erasure, All for One noted, regeneration quirk already attempting to restore his damaged limb without success. Truly remarkable evolution. The facility's alarms blared as exterior walls began to breach, pro-heroes entering from multiple points simultaneously. All for One assessed the situation with calculating efficiency. It seems our reunion must be abbreviated, he decided, activating a previously concealed device on his wrist. But rest assured, this encounter has provided valuable data. Dimensional lock, Izuku countered, attempting to prevent spatial escape. To his surprise, All for One's device functioned despite the lock, creating a localized warp field around the villain. My own spatial implementation, All for One explained as his form began to distort. Not as elegant as yours, but sufficient for emergency extraction. Before Izuku could counter with another technique, pro-heroes burst into the laboratory from multiple entry points. Endeavor's flames illuminated the room as Hawks and Mirko moved to engage. All for One completed his spatial transition, disappearing in a flash of dimensional energy that bypassed Izuku's countermeasures through unfamiliar mechanics. Target escaped, Izuku reported, immediately turning his attention to Dr. Garaki, who had not managed to activate similar extraction technology. Secondary target secured. The elderly doctor offered no resistance as Kamui Woods restrained him with his wooden bindings. This changes nothing, Garaki stated with disturbing confidence. The master has already achieved his primary objective. Which was? Endeavor demanded, flames intensifying around his costume. Garaki smiled at Izuku. Confirmation of evolutionary potential. Your demonstration today exceeded all projected parameters. The implication was troubling. Even in apparent defeat, All for One had gained valuable intelligence about Izuku's evolved capabilities, data that would inform his next generation of artificial spatial manipulators. The facility's seizure was otherwise successful. 7 experimental subjects were recovered alive, along with comprehensive research data and equipment. Garaki's capture represented the most significant blow to All for One's organization since the villain's temporary imprisonment years earlier. The debriefing at UA was extensive, with intelligence analysts processing the recovered information, while Recovery Girl conducted thorough examinations of the rescued experimental subjects. Their neural integration is unstable but salvageable, she reported. With proper medical intervention, they can likely be restored to normal function without permanent quirk effects. And Garaki? Aizawa inquired. Providing limited cooperation in exchange for consideration during sentencing, Konishi reported. His information confirms our assessment. All for One is attempting to create an army of specialized quirk users, each designed for specific tactical applications. The spatial manipulators are just one division, Izuku noted, reviewing the intelligence summary. There are at least 4 other specialized development programs, each targeting different quirk categories. Nezu's analysis was characteristically precise. All for One is preparing for large-scale conflict. These aren't random villain activities, but coordinated preparations for something more significant. War, Aizawa stated flatly. He's building capacity for direct confrontation with hero society. The assessment matched Izuku's own analysis. All for One's systematic approach to quirk development and subject training suggested preparation for coordinated offensive operations rather than the League's previous terrorist activities. We need to accelerate counter-development, Izuku concluded. Specialized defense protocols for each quirk category he's developing. His own training intensified following the operation. With the threat of artificial spatial manipulators confirmed, Izuku focused on developing techniques that would be difficult or impossible for duplicates to counter. Dark cloak dimension / quantum dissociation. The advanced technique didn't simply cut space, but temporarily separated quantum states within the target area, making molecular reintegration impossible without matching spatial frequency. Against another spatial manipulator, it would create vulnerability windows between dimensional transitions. Kamui selective harmonization. This defensive technique allowed Izuku to phase selectively against specific spatial frequencies, making him impervious to attacks from artificial manipulators while remaining solid against conventional threats. Room dimensional anchoring. Perhaps most important was this stabilization technique, which prevented external spatial manipulators from affecting anything within Izuku's domain. It would neutralize the teleportation and repositioning abilities of All for One's artificial spatial users, forcing conventional combat where Izuku's experience and evolved capabilities would provide advantage. Each technique was tested under controlled conditions, with Recovery Girl monitoring neural impact while support department engineers measured dimensional effects. The training pushed Izuku's evolved spatial cortex to new levels of precision and efficiency, confirming that his neural adaptations had stabilized into sustainable pathways. 3 weeks after Garaki's capture, the anticipated counterattack came. Not against UA or hero agencies, but civilian infrastructure, coordinated strikes against transportation systems in 3 major cities. The pattern was designed to stretch hero response capabilities, creating gaps in coverage that specialized villain teams could exploit. Izuku deployed to Tokyo's central transit hub, where dimensional anomalies suggested the presence of artificial spatial manipulators. He arrived to find 2 subjects demonstrating capabilities similar to his early techniques: basic teleportation and limited spatial cutting. Room Izuku established immediately, encompassing the entire transit station. Dimensional anchoring. The specialized technique immediately neutralized the artificial manipulator's spatial abilities, trapping them in conventional space. Their confusion was evident as teleportation attempts failed. "Your implementation is incomplete," Izuku informed them, analyzing their neural signatures through spatial awareness. "Premature activation has compromised stability." The artificial manipulators responded with coordinated physical attacks, having been trained in conventional combat as backup to their spatial abilities. Izuku countered with tact selective, adjusting local gravity to immobilize them without causing injury. "Neural degradation detected," he observed, sensing the instability in their spatial cortices. "Your current usage patterns will cause complete neural collapse within approximately 6 hours." "We know," one of the artificial users acknowledged with disturbing calm. "Operational parameters acceptable for mission completion." The revelation was troubling. All for One was deploying subjects with unsustainable implementations, treating them as disposable assets rather than long-term investments. Izuku adjusted his approach accordingly. Ms. Neural Stabilization. The precision technique temporarily deactivated their artificial spatial quirks without causing permanent damage, essentially putting the unstable implementations into hibernation. Both subjects collapsed as their enhanced capabilities shut down, but their vital signs stabilized. "Subjects neutralized," Izuku reported through his communication device. "Non-lethal intervention successful. Medical transport required for neural stabilization." Similar reports came in from other hero teams. The coordinated attacks had been contained with minimal civilian casualties, though structural damage was extensive. Analysis suggested the operation had been primarily a field test of All for One's artificial quirk users, rather than a serious attempt at strategic objectives. The pattern continued over subsequent weeks, escalating confrontations with increasingly capable artificial quirk users deployed in tactical scenarios. Each engagement provided valuable data for both sides, with All for One refining his implementations while heroes developed effective countermeasures. Izuku's role evolved from direct intervention to strategic coordination. His unique understanding of spatial manipulation made him invaluable in developing containment protocols for artificial users, while his tactical thinking helped predict deployment patterns. "They're learning," he noted during a strategy session with top heroes and government officials. "Each generation of artificial users demonstrates improved stability and tactical integration." "Can they reach your level of capability?" All Might questioned, concern evident beneath his perpetual smile. "Unlikely in the near term," Izuku assessed. "My spatial cortex evolved through unique circumstances that would be difficult to replicate artificially. However, specialized implementations with limited but refined abilities remain a significant threat." The assessment proved accurate during the next major confrontation, a coordinated attack on a government research facility where captured villain technology was studied. The artificial spatial users deployed demonstrated not broad capabilities like Izuku's, but highly specialized techniques optimized for specific functions. "Teleportation specialist at North Entrance," Izuku reported, tracking spatial signatures through his enhanced awareness. "Dimensional cutter approaching from east, gravity manipulator on the roof." "How are they coordinating without communication?" Kamui Woods questioned as heroes moved to intercept. "Synchronized spatial frequencies," Izuku explained, detecting the subtle dimensional resonance between the artificial users. "They're essentially sharing perceptual data through dimensional overlays." This evolution required adapted countermeasures. Izuku developed harmonic disruption, a technique that interfered with the shared frequencies, isolating artificial users from their coordination network. The strategy proved effective, allowing heroes to neutralize the specialized threats individually rather than as a coordinated unit. As the conflict escalated, Izuku's role expanded beyond tactical response to include training other heroes in anti-spatial countermeasures. He developed specialized protocols for each hero type, maximizing their natural advantages against dimensional attacks. "Hardening quirks provide natural resistance to spatial cutting," he explained during a training session with Kirishima and other durability-focused heroes. "Maintain maximum density during engagement with dimensional cutters." For mobility specialists like Ida and Ingenium, irregular movement patterns confuse spatial tracking. Random acceleration changes and direction shifts make prediction and interception more difficult. Even Bakugo's explosive capabilities receive specialized application training. Concussive force disrupts spatial calculations. Precisely timed detonations can interrupt teleportation sequence and force rematerialization. Each hero integrated these countermeasures into their fighting styles, creating a defensive network increasingly resistant to All for One's artificial spatial users. The adaptation was essential as intelligence suggested the villain was accelerating production of enhanced subjects in preparation for something larger. Garaki's interrogation finally yielded the critical information they needed. The Master calls it dimensional convergence, the Doctor revealed during a specialized debriefing. A coordinated strike using synchronized spatial manipulators to create a cascading dimensional fracture. Target? Konishi demanded. Hero Society itself, Garaki stated with disturbing calm. Simultaneous attacks on every major hero agency and training facility using dimensional tactics that conventional defenses cannot counter. The timeline was alarmingly short. 3 weeks until All for One's artificial users reached sufficient numbers and stability for the coordinated attack. Intelligence confirmed unusual movement patterns consistent with final preparations, while surveillance detected increased production at remaining research facilities. Izuku's counter-strategy was characteristically direct. We prevent dimensional convergence by creating dimensional stability zones around priority targets. Explanation? Nezu prompted. Specialized barrier technology that prevents spatial manipulation within protected areas, Izuku elaborated, displaying technical specifications developed in collaboration with the support department. Based on the same principles as my dimensional anchoring technique, but externalized and self-sustaining. The technology required rapid development and deployment, with support companies working around the clock to produce sufficient units for all priority locations. Izuku personally calibrated each stabilizer, ensuring they would resist the specific spatial frequencies used by All for One's artificial manipulators. 3 days before the projected attack date, Izuku detected something unexpected during routine spatial monitoring, a dimensional signature he recognized but hadn't encountered since their last direct confrontation. All for One is moving personally, he reported to the emergency response team. Spatial distortion consistent with his modified teleportation detected near Kamino Ward. The revelation was concerning. All for One had remained in hiding throughout the escalating conflict, directing operations remotely while his condition stabilized. Direct involvement suggested either desperation or confidence in a significant advantage. Trap potential? Aizawa questioned, immediately analyzing tactical implications. High, Izuku confirmed. The signature is distinct but localized, possibly intended to draw specific response. After careful consideration, a modified engagement plan was developed. Rather than a full hero team that might trigger All for One's escape protocols, Izuku would conduct initial reconnaissance with limited support, maintaining stealth observation until the villain's intentions became clear. The approach to Kamino Ward was executed with methodical precision. Izuku used Kamui Complete Phase to move undetected through the industrial district. His spatial awareness extended to maximum range to track All for One's distinctive signature. Target located, he reported through secure communication. Abandoned manufacturing facility, minimal security detected. Proceed with observation only. Aizawa instructed from the command center established 2 kilometers away. Do not engage without backup. Izuku positioned himself within observation range, using Room Micro to extend his spatial perception inside the facility without creating detectable dimensional disturbances. What he found was unexpected. All for One alone, without guards or artificial users, apparently waiting. Anomalous situation, Izuku reported. Target isolated, no visible support, appears to be waiting. Maintain position, Aizawa ordered. Backup approaching your coordinates. Before support could arrive, All for One spoke directly into the empty facility. I know you're there, Experiment 616. Your spatial perception has improved, but still creates detectable resonance patterns. Izuku maintained his concealed position, analyzing potential responses. The villain continued, seemingly untroubled by the lack of visible audience. I'm not here to fight, All for One stated calmly. I'm here to offer information you need regarding your continued neural evolution. The claim was potentially significant but highly suspicious. Izuku remained silent, continuing passive observation. Your spatial cortex is evolving beyond my original design parameters, All for One continued. The quaternary neural adaptation sequence has activated prematurely, creating dimensional perception capabilities I didn't anticipate for at least another decade. This information aligned with Recovery Girl's recent findings about Izuku's evolving neural architecture. The specificity suggested All for One indeed possessed relevant knowledge about his condition. The accelerated evolution presents both opportunity and risk, the villain explained to the apparently empty facility. Without proper stabilization protocols, your expanded dimensional perception will eventually overwhelm your consciousness. You've experienced the early symptoms already, moments of disassociation when your awareness extends across multiple dimensional planes simultaneously. The accuracy of this assessment was concerning. Izuku had indeed experienced such episodes during recent training, though he had reported them only to Recovery Girl. I possess the stabilization protocols, All for One concluded, developed specifically for your unique neural architecture. In exchange, I ask only for confirmation of certain theoretical principles regarding dimensional manipulation. After careful tactical assessment, Izuku decided to reveal his presence. Maintaining Kamui, partial phase, to ensure rapid escape if necessary, he materialized partially within the facility, remaining translucent and ready to phase completely at any sign of attack. Your proposal lacks credibility, he stated directly. Previous interactions suggest deception rather than cooperation. All for One turned toward Izuku's partially manifested form, his mask concealing any expression. Understandable skepticism, but consider the logical progression. Your capabilities have evolved beyond my original design. You represent the most successful implementation of spatial manipulation ever created. Your continued development provides valuable research data even without direct control. You expect me to believe you'd help stabilize my abilities for research purposes? Izuku questioned, maintaining his partial phase state. For scientific advancement, All for One corrected. Your neural evolution represents unprecedented dimensional integration. The theoretical applications extend far beyond our current conflict. Izuku analyzed the villain's statement for deception indicators. While manipulation remained likely, the specific technical details about his neural condition suggested genuine knowledge that could be valuable. Provide the stabilization protocol documentation, Izuku requested. I'll consider information exchange after verification. All for One nodded, reaching slowly into his coat to retrieve a data drive. The complete neural mapping and stabilization procedures. Recovery Girl will find the technical specifications consistent with her own research, but more advanced in certain key areas. Izuku created a small portal to retrieve the drive without approaching directly. Why now? Your dimensional convergence operation is days from implementation. Because that operation is merely tactical, All for One revealed with surprising candor. The strategic objective has always been understanding dimensional manipulation's full potential. Your evolution has accelerated that understanding beyond my projections. Before Izuku could respond, his spatial awareness detected approaching signatures, the hero backup team moving into position around the facility. All for One apparently sensed them as well. Consider my offer, the villain stated, activating his specialized teleportation device. The choice between scientific advancement and personal vendetta defines more than just our conflict. As All for One's form began to distort with dimensional transition, Izuku made a split-second decision. Room. Trace. The technique tagged All for One's dimensional signature with a specialized tracker that would remain active even through teleportation. Unlike previous tracking attempts, this utilized the villain's own dimensional frequency, making it virtually undetectable by conventional countermeasures. All for One vanished completely as hero teams breached the facility perimeter. Izuku fully materialized, the data drive secured in a specialized containment field. Target departed via dimensional transition, he reported. Tracking implemented, potential intelligence acquired. The data drive proved legitimate after extensive security screening. Recovery Girl confirmed the neural stabilization protocols were technically sound and specifically designed for Izuku's unique spatial cortex architecture. These stabilization sequences are precisely what we've been attempting to develop, she acknowledged during analysis. They address the quaternary neural adaptation issues we've observed in your recent scans. Implementation risk assessment? Izuku inquired, reviewing the technical specifications with clinical detachment. Moderate to high, Recovery Girl evaluated. The protocols are advanced beyond our current understanding, but the underlying principles align with established neuroscience. With modifications and controlled implementation, they could potentially stabilize your evolving dimensional perception. The decision to utilize All-for-One's protocols wasn't taken lightly. After extensive review by multiple experts and careful modification to remove potential security vulnerabilities, a limited implementation was approved under Recovery Girl's direct supervision. The process required specialized equipment and precise calibration. As neural interfaces connected to his spatial cortex, Izuku maintained conscious awareness, ready to terminate the procedure at the first sign of manipulation or unexpected effects. Initiating quaternary stabilization sequence, Recovery Girl announced monitoring neural activity with intense concentration, Phase 1 activating. The effect was immediate and profound. Dimensional perception that had previously flickered at the edges of Izuku's awareness suddenly clarified, expanding his spatial understanding beyond conventional parameters. Where he had previously perceived three-dimensional space with occasional higher-dimensional insights, he now comprehended spatial relationships across multiple dimensional planes simultaneously. Neural pathways stabilizing, Recovery Girl confirmed, reviewing real-time data. Quaternary adaptation integrating successfully with existing architecture. The expanded perception was initially overwhelming, but the stabilization protocols provided structured integration that allowed conscious control rather than passive experience. Izuku found himself able to perceive spatial relationships that had previously been theoretical. Dimensional frequencies, temporal spatial intersections, and quantum positional probabilities. Stabilization at 87% and increasing, Recovery Girl reported as the final sequence completed. Neural activity normalizing within expanded parameters. When the procedure finished, Izuku remained motionless for several minutes, adjusting to his enhanced perception. The world appeared fundamentally different, not visually but spatially, with dimensional relationships visible as distinct patterns that could be analyzed and manipulated with unprecedented precision. Successful implementation, he confirmed finally, disconnecting from the monitoring equipment. Dimensional perception substantially enhanced with stable neural integration. Recovery Girl's expression showed both scientific fascination and medical concern. How do you feel? Functional, Izuku replied automatically, then reconsidered. Different. Space itself appears more accessible. The enhanced perception proved immediately valuable in tracking All-for-One's movements. The dimensional tracker Izuku had implemented during their brief encounter provided coordinates that his expanded awareness could interpret with new precision. Primary facility located, he reported during the emergency strategy session called to address the imminent dimensional convergence threat. Coordinates suggest underwater installation approximately 70 kilometers offshore. Satellite imagery confirmed an unusual structure on the ocean floor, carefully concealed from conventional detection methods. Thermal and energy readings suggested extensive operations consistent with All-for-One's final preparation stage. The facility houses approximately 200 artificial spatial manipulators in various developmental stages, Izuku assessed based on dimensional resonance patterns. Synchronized activation would create sufficient spatial distortion for the convergence effect. Counter strategy? Endeavor demanded, flames intensifying around his costume as he reviewed the facility specifications. Preemptive neutralization, Izuku recommended. A coordinated strike before the artificial users reach activation readiness. The plan developed rapidly, with specialized teams assembled for the underwater assault. Izuku would lead the primary insertion team using his enhanced spatial abilities to bypass the facility's dimensional defenses and establish entry points for supporting forces. The operation launched 24 hours later with naval support positioning specialized equipment within range of the underwater facility. Izuku, equipped with modified support gear designed for underwater operation, prepared for the initial insertion phase. Room, expanded scan. His enhanced perception immediately detected the facility's defensive systems, layered dimensional barriers designed to prevent both conventional and spatial intrusion. The defenses were sophisticated but fundamentally based on principles Izuku now understood at a level exceeding their designers. Dimensional frequency identified, he reported to the tactical team. Barriers operating on 7.3 MHz spatial resonance with quantum uncertainty fields at key junctions. Can you penetrate? Aizawa questioned from the command vessel. Affirmative, Izuku confirmed. Kamui frequency match. The specialized technique allowed him to phase at precisely the same dimensional frequency as the facility's barriers, essentially becoming invisible to the defensive systems. He passed through water and solid matter with equal ease, his perception extending ahead to map internal layout and security positions. 27 guards on peripheral stations, he reported as he entered the facility undetected. Central chamber contains artificial users in stasis. Control center located 2 levels below, heavily secured. Proceed with insertion point establishment, Aizawa instructed. Team Alpha standing by. Izuku moved deeper into the facility, avoiding detection through precise dimensional phasing. When he reached a suitable entry point for the support team, he implemented room selective barrier neutralization, creating a localized disruption in the facility's defensive system. Insertion point established, he confirmed, maintaining the dimensional opening. Coordinates transmitted. Team Alpha deployed immediately, specialized underwater equipment allowing rapid transit to the neutralized entry point. As heroes entered the facility, Izuku continued deeper, his enhanced perception guiding him toward the central chamber where the artificial spatial users were being prepared. The scene he discovered confirmed their intelligence. Rows of specialized containment units housing subjects in various stages of neural integration. Monitoring equipment displayed synchronized activation protocols scheduled to initiate in less than 6 hours. Convergence confirmation. Izuku reported, documenting the evidence. Subjects programmed for simultaneous spatial activation at 200 hours. Can you neutralize the activation system? Aizawa asked as Team Alpha engaged security forces on the upper levels. Izuku analyzed the control interfaces. Affirmative. System operates on centralized command architecture. Neutralization at primary node will prevent activation sequence. Before he could implement the neutralization, his spatial awareness detected a familiar dimensional signature approaching rapidly. All for One had arrived personally, likely alerted by security breaches on the upper levels. Primary target incoming, Izuku updated, proceeding with immediate system neutralization before engagement. Working with precision enhanced by his stabilized neural architecture, Izuku implemented MES System, a specialized application that separated the activation controls from their power source without triggering failsafes. The technique required microspatial manipulation at the circuit level, a capability only possible with his evolved perception. Activation system neutralized, he confirmed as the final connection severed. Subjects will remain in stasis indefinitely. The accompaniment came just as All for One entered the central chamber, his masked presence radiating controlled fury despite his composed movement. Experiment 616, the villain acknowledged. I see the stabilization protocols were implemented successfully. Your dimensional perception has fully integrated. Izuku Midoriya, he corrected automatically, turning to face his creator. The convergence operation has been neutralized. All for One seemed unconcerned by this setback. A tactical adjustment, nothing more. The subjects can be reactivated once your interference is addressed. Room, absolute dominion. Izuku's enhanced spatial field manifested with unprecedented clarity, defining a domain where his control over dimensional relationships was virtually absolute. Within this space, he could perceive All for One's quirk activations before they fully manifested, providing crucial tactical advantage. Your evolution continues to impress, All for One noted, seemingly studying the enhanced room with scientific interest despite the confrontation. The quaternary adaptations have integrated more completely than projected. The stabilization protocols were legitimate, Izuku acknowledged, maintaining combat readiness despite the conversation. Why provide actual assistance rather than sabotage? Scientific curiosity, All for One replied with apparent sincerity. Your development represents the most successful quirk implementation in history. The research value exceeds temporary tactical advantage. Their exchange was interrupted as facility alarms activated, indicating hero teams had overcome security forces on upper levels. All for One assessed the situation with clinical efficiency. It seems our final confrontation must wait for another occasion, he decided, activating his specialized teleportation device. But remember, Experiment 616, your existence remains my greatest achievement regardless of which side you've chosen. Dark Cloak Dimension / Absolute Zero. Izuku's attack targeted not All for One directly, but the dimensional coordinates his teleportation device was attempting to access. The precision cut severed the spatial pathway before transition could complete, leaving the villain momentarily trapped in conventional space. Dimensional Anchor, Izuku followed immediately, establishing spatial constraints that prevented further teleportation attempts. Your escape options are neutralized. For the first time, All for One's composure showed signs of genuine concern. Impressive application. You've learned to affect dimensional coordinates themselves, not merely physical space. A natural evolution of spatial understanding, Izuku confirmed, maintaining the dimensional anchor while expanding his awareness to track approaching hero teams. Your research provided the foundation. I developed the applications. All for One activated multiple quirks simultaneously, attempting to overcome the spatial restrictions through raw power. Air cannon, strength amplification, impact reversal, kinetic acceleration. The combined attack was devastating by conventional standards, but Izuku's enhanced perception allowed him to detect and counter each component individually. Dark Cloaked Black Hole absorbed the air cannon's force, while Selective Phase allowed the physical impacts to pass harmlessly through his temporarily intangible form. Your combat approach remains predictable, Izuku observed, analyzing patterns from previous encounters. Multiple simultaneous quirks rather than strategic application of specific abilities. The observations seemed to genuinely irritate All for One, who adjusted his approach with calculating precision. Spatial distortion he activated, using a quirk apparently designed specifically to counter Izuku's abilities. The dimensional interference created momentary instability in Izuku's room, but his enhanced perception quickly adapted, identifying the disruption frequency and neutralizing it through counter-resonance. Your counter-quirks are based on outdated analysis, Izuku noted, maintaining control despite the attack. My spatial understanding has evolved beyond your predictive models. As hero teams approached the central chamber, All for One made a final, desperate attempt to escape. Quirk combination, warp gate, barrier penetration, dimensional shift. The unprecedented combination created a specialized escape method that even Izuku's evolved perception struggled to counter completely. Before he could establish new dimensional constraints, All for One had partially transitioned through the unstable portal. Gamma Knife extended. The specialized technique caught All for One mid-transition, disrupting his internal spatial relationships as he attempted to warp between dimensions. The villain emerged from his unstable portal visibly damaged, his physical form distorted by partially failed spatial reorganization. You damaged my cellular cohesion, All for One gasped, his modulated voice fluctuating as he struggled to maintain physical integrity. Impossible. Not impossible, Izuku corrected, maintaining combat stance as hero teams finally breached the chamber entrance. Simply the application of advanced spatial principles to biological systems. All for One's damaged form began to destabilize further as cellular degradation accelerated. With visible effort, he activated a final emergency extraction technique, not teleportation, but dimensional stasis, essentially freezing his spatial coordinates to prevent further deterioration. This isn't over, the villain managed before the stasis field completed, encasing him in a self-contained dimensional pocket that immediately began to shrink, compressing until it vanished entirely, an emergency escape method that sacrificed power and position for survival. Target extracted via dimensional compression, Izuku reported, as pro-heroes secured the chamber, sustained significant cellular damage before escape, tracking not possible through stasis field. Despite All for One's escape, the operation was deemed a major success. 200 artificial spatial manipulators were recovered in stable condition, the entire facility was secured with minimal casualties, and the dimensional convergence threat was neutralized completely. The debriefing at Hero headquarters was extensive, with intelligence analysts processing the recovered research data, while medical teams developed treatment protocols for the artificial users. Izuku provided detailed analysis of the facility's dimensional technologies, identifying components that could be repurposed for defensive applications. The artificial users can be stabilized through modified neural integration. Recovery Girl confirmed after preliminary examinations. Most should recover normal cognitive function with specialized treatment, though their artificial quirks will likely require permanent suppression. And All for One? Endeavor questioned, reviewing the combat footage with professional interest. Severely damaged but not neutralized, Izuku assessed clinically. The cellular degradation from interrupted spatial transition will require extensive recovery period, likely months or years depending on his regenerative capabilities. The assessment provided temporary reassurance, but Izuku understood the conflict was far from resolved. All for One had demonstrated repeatedly his ability to recover from seemingly catastrophic injuries, adapting and evolving much like Izuku himself. In the weeks following the operation, Izuku focused on developing his enhanced spatial perception into practical applications beyond combat. Working with the support department and Recovery Girl, he created specialized dimensional scanning technology that could detect spatial anomalies across much larger areas than previously possible. The scanner network can identify dimensional disturbances consistent with artificial spatial manipulation within a 500-kilometer radius, he explained during the implementation briefing. Early warning system for future spatial threats. His personal training evolved as well, focusing less on raw power and more on precision and efficiency. With his stabilized neural architecture, Izuku could maintain multiple spatial effects simultaneously without strain, allowing increasingly complex tactical applications. Room, multi-domain. The advanced technique created several independent spatial fields rather than a single unified domain, each with different properties and effects. One field might increase gravity, while another reversed dimensional orientation, creating combination effects that even specialized opponents couldn't easily counter. Kamui Selective Phase Matrix. This defensive technique allowed different parts of his body to phase at different dimensional frequencies simultaneously, making him virtually untouchable against multiple attack types while maintaining offensive capabilities. Dark Cloak Dimension / Precision Cascade. Perhaps most impressive was this cutting technique, which created sequential dimensional severances at precisely calculated intervals, allowing him to neutralize complex threats through surgical precision rather than raw power. Each advancement was documented and shared with appropriate hero agencies, creating a knowledge base that would help defend against future spatial threats. Izuku understood that while All for One might be temporarily neutralized, the knowledge and technology he had developed remained dangerous in other hands. 3 months after the underwater facility operation, Izuku's dimensional scanner network detected an unusual anomaly. Not the signature of artificial spatial manipulation, but something more fundamental, a distortion in dimensional constants themselves. Anomaly detected in dimensional baseline readings, he reported during an emergency briefing. Coordinates suggest remote mountain region approximately 300 kilometers northwest of Tokyo. Assessment? Aizawa prompted, immediately organizing response teams. Unknown, Izuku admitted, reviewing the unusual readings. The distortion doesn't match known spatial manipulation patterns. It appears to be affecting fundamental dimensional constants rather than local spacetime. After careful consideration, a specialized reconnaissance mission was approved, with Izuku leading a small team of heroes with complementary abilities. The approach to the anomaly site was conducted with extreme caution, dimensional scanners monitoring for changes in spatial stability. What they discovered defied conventional explanation. A perfectly spherical distortion, approximately 50 meters in diameter, within which physical laws appeared to operate differently. Gravity, light propagation, and temporal progression all showed measurable variations from normal parameters. Analysis suggests dimensional boundary experiment, Izuku assessed after careful observation. Someone is attempting to create a stable connection between dimensional planes. All for one? Hawks questioned, his feathers detecting unusual air currents around the anomaly. Unlikely given his condition, Izuku replied, continuing his analysis. The approach is fundamentally different from his established methodologies. This demonstrates greater theoretical understanding but less practical implementation experience. As they established a secure perimeter around the anomaly, Izuku's enhanced perception detected something unexpected within the distortion, a recognizable pattern of dimensional frequencies that corresponded to human neural activity. Sentient presence detected within the anomaly, he reported, focusing his perception more precisely. Dimensional signature suggests conscious direction rather than automated process. After establishing appropriate safety protocols, Izuku approached the boundary of the distortion, extending his spatial awareness into the affected area. What he found was simultaneously fascinating and concerning, a deliberate attempt to establish stable communication between dimensional planes created by someone with sophisticated theoretical knowledge but imperfect execution. Room, harmonic stabilization. The specialized technique allowed Izuku to temporarily stabilize the fluctuating dimensional boundaries, creating a window of communication with whoever was generating the anomaly. Through this stabilized connection, a voice became audible, distorted and fluctuating, but recognizable as human. Frequency match achieved, stabilization protocol accepted. Communication window established. Identify yourself, Izuku requested, maintaining the dimensional stabilization with careful precision. Research designation Omega-7, the voice responded, becoming clearer as the connection strengthened. Dimensional Sciences Division, authorization code 739 Alpha Omega. The designation wasn't consistent with any known organization in their records. Izuku continued the communication while silently signaling the support team to begin triangulation and analysis. What is the purpose of this dimensional distortion? He questioned, gathering information while maintaining the stabilized connection. Emergency communication protocol, the voice explained. Standard channels compromised. Dimensional breach imminent in your reality plane. Warning transmission priority alpha. The claim was concerning enough to warrant continued engagement. Specify nature of dimensional breach, Izuku requested, expanding his spatial awareness to detect any changes in the surrounding area. Entity designation All for One has acquired trans-dimensional technology from parallel continuity, the voice explained with increasing clarity. Capability to access and extract quirks across dimensional boundaries. Catastrophic reality destabilization potential. The information aligned with disturbing theoretical possibilities Izuku had identified in All for One's research data. The potential application of spatial manipulation to access parallel dimensional planes where alternate versions of the same individuals might possess different or additional quirks. Verification protocol? Izuku requested, needing to confirm the information's legitimacy before committing resources. Transmitting dimensional coordinates and temporal markers, the voice responded. Breach event predicted within 72-hour window at specified location. Data began flowing through the stabilized connection. Complex spatial equations and dimensional coordinates that Izuku's enhanced perception could interpret despite their unconventional format. The information was technically sound, describing theoretical principles consistent with advanced spatial manipulation. Data received, Izuku confirmed, storing the complex equations for later analysis. Identification confirmation requested before termination of communication. There was a pause before the voice responded, as if considering how much to reveal. In your dimensional plane, I am known as Dr. Kyudai Garaki. In mine, I chose a different path. The revelation was startling, but contextually logical. If parallel dimensions existed as theoretical physics suggested, alternate versions of known individuals would exist, potentially with different life choices and alignments. Communication window destabilizing, the alternate Garaki warned as fluctuations increased in the dimensional boundary. Final warning. All for One must not achieve transdimensional quirk extraction. Reality cascade failure inevitable if successful. The connection deteriorated rapidly despite Izuku's stabilization efforts, the dimensional anomaly collapsing in on itself until nothing remained but slightly distorted air where it had existed. Specialized equipment confirmed no residual dimensional activity, suggesting complete closure of whatever connection had been established. The warning required immediate response. If accurate, All for One was attempting something far more dangerous than previous operations. Not merely creating artificial quirk users, but accessing alternate dimensions to extract quirks from parallel versions of existing individuals. The emergency response coordination was unprecedented in scale. Government agencies, international hero organizations, and specialized research divisions all mobilized based on the dimensional coordinates provided by the alternate Garaki. Izuku worked with scientific teams to analyze the theoretical principles behind transdimensional quirk extraction, identifying potential countermeasures. The process would require a stabilized dimensional gateway maintained by continuous spatial manipulation, he explained during the strategy briefing. Energetically demanding and dimensionally unstable, but theoretically achievable with sufficient power and precision. Can we prevent the gateway from forming? Endeavor demanded, reviewing the technical specifications with evident concern. More effective to allow formation but prevent stabilization, Izuku assessed. The dimensional coordinates are precisely defined. We can prepare specific counter-resonance technology at the exact location. The predicted breach location was a remote island facility that satellite imagery suggested had been recently constructed. Underwater thermal scans indicated massive power generation capacity consistent with the energy requirements for dimensional manipulation on the theorized scale. The counter-operation deployed 24 hours before the predicted breach event, with specialized teams establishing position around the island while remaining outside detection range. Izuku led the primary intervention team, equipped with dimensional stabilization technology designed to disrupt the specific frequencies identified in the warning data. Anomaly detected, he reported as scheduled monitoring began. Dimensional fluctuations consistent with preliminary gateway formation. The breach began exactly as predicted, a localized distortion in spacetime that gradually expanded into a visible portal-like structure approximately 10 meters in diameter. Energy readings matched theoretical projections for transdimensional connectivity, confirming the alternate Garaki's warning had been accurate. Gateway formation at 30% and increasing, Izuku updated, monitoring dimensional stability through his enhanced perception. Containment field established around formation zone. The specialized containment technology created a controlled environment around the forming gateway, preventing dimensional effects from spreading beyond the immediate area. Within this controlled space, hero teams could operate without risk of being affected by spatial distortions. As the gateway approached 70% formation, Izuku detected familiar spatial signatures within the facility. All for One was present, along with multiple artificial spatial manipulators coordinating their abilities to stabilize the dimensional breach. Primary target confirmed on site, he reported. Multiple support subjects detected, coordinated spatial manipulation in progress. The intervention plan proceeded on schedule. As the gateway reached 85% stability, Izuku activated the counter-resonance technology, generating precisely calculated dimensional frequencies that interfered with the stabilization process. Counter-resonance active, he confirmed as the gateway's formation slowed noticeably. Destabilization effects beginning, proceeding with direct intervention. The assault teams breached the facility perimeter simultaneously, engaging security forces, while specialized units targeted the artificial spatial manipulators maintaining the gateway. Izuku moved directly toward the central chamber where his enhanced perception detected All for One's presence. Room, extended dominion. The advanced spatial field encompassed the entire gateway formation area, giving Izuku unprecedented control over local dimensional relationships. Within this domain, he could perceive the complex spatial mathematics being used to maintain the transdimensional connection. Dimensional lock targeted. The specialized technique disrupted specific spatial coordinates essential to gateway stability, causing cascading failures throughout the formation process. The gateway flickered visibly, its edges becoming increasingly unstable as the dimensional connection weakened. All for One stood before the fluctuating gateway, his form still showing signs of damage from their previous encounter, but substantially recovered. Multiple support devices augmented his abilities, suggesting technological assistance to compensate for lingering limitations. Experiment 616, the villain acknowledged without turning. Your interference is becoming tedious. The gateway will collapse, Izuku stated with certainty, maintaining the dimensional disruption. Trans-dimensional extraction is beyond current technological capabilities. Perhaps beyond yours, All for One countered, activating specialized equipment that temporarily stabilize the failing connection. But not beyond what can be achieved with appropriate resources and motivation. Through the partially formed gateway, Izuku could perceive another dimensional plane, similar to their own, but with subtle differences in spatial constants. Within that alternate reality, he detected the presence of what appeared to be another All for One, waiting to coordinate with his counterpart. You're attempting to combine with your alternate self, Izuku realized, understanding the true purpose of the gateway. Not just extracting quirks, but merging dimensional versions. Perceptive as always, All for One confirmed, continuing to work on gateway stabilization despite the ongoing hero assault throughout the facility. Imagine the possibilities, not merely accumulated quirks from one reality, but from many. Infinite power through dimensional convergence. The implications were catastrophic, not just for their world, but for dimensional stability across multiple realities. If successful, such a merger would create a being with power beyond anything previously encountered, potentially destabilizing fundamental cosmic constants. Dark Cloak Dimension / Absolute Zero. Izuku directed the dimensional severance technique not at All for One, but at the gateway itself, attempting to cut through the spatial connections maintaining trans-dimensional contact. The precision attack struck at the mathematical foundations of the portal, creating cascading disruptions throughout its structure. All for One responded with unprecedented dimensional counters, suggesting he had indeed advanced his understanding of spatial manipulation during his recovery period. Dimensional reinforcement, he activated, using technology and quirk combination to temporarily stabilize the failing gateway. Your understanding has improved, Izuku acknowledged, analyzing the counter technique with his enhanced perception, but remains fundamentally flawed. Dimensional stability requires harmonic resonance across all spatial vectors simultaneously. To demonstrate, he implemented harmonic disruption, multi-frequency, a technique that generated interference patterns across all dimensional frequencies being used to maintain the gateway. The effect was immediate and devastating, causing structural collapse throughout the portal framework. All for One's response was desperate but creative, activating multiple artificial spatial manipulators simultaneously, each focusing on stabilizing different aspects of the failing gateway. The coordinated effort temporarily halted the collapse, though dimensional fluctuations continued to intensify. Room, Absolute Dominion, Full Extension. Izuku's most advanced spatial technique created a domain of unprecedented precision and control, allowing manipulation of dimensional relationships at the quantum level. Within this enhanced field, he could directly counter each stabilization attempt with pinpoint accuracy, negating the artificial user's combined efforts. The gateway began collapsing rapidly, dimensional energy discharging in spectacular visual displays as the connection between realities deteriorated. All for One made a final desperate attempt to complete his objective, physically entering the unstable portal in hopes of reaching his alternate self before complete closure. Kamui, Dimensional Interception. Izuku phased partially into the same dimensional frequency as the collapsing gateway, allowing him to pursue All for One into the unstable trans-dimensional space. What he encountered was unlike anything in conventional reality, a fluctuating zone between dimensions where spatial laws operated unpredictably. All for One struggled to maintain position in this chaotic environment, his technology and quirks fighting against fundamental spatial instability. Ahead, the shadow of his alternate self reached toward him, similarly fighting against dimensional currents from the opposite direction. "You cannot stop this," All for One declared, continuing his determined progress toward his counterpart despite the collapsing space around them. Dimensional convergence is inevitable across all reality planes. Incorrect assessment, Izuku countered, his enhanced perception allowing more stable navigation through the chaotic interdimensional space. Gateway collapse will prevent convergence permanently. With precise spatial calculation, Izuku implemented dark-cloaked dimension/harmonic severance, targeting the exact dimensional frequency that maintained connection between the two all-for-ones. The technique cut through the spatial resonance pattern itself, severing the harmonic link between alternate versions. The effect was immediate and catastrophic for all-for-one's plans. The dimensional pathway between realities destabilized completely, spatial currents pulling the alternate all-for-one back toward his original dimension, while the gateway itself began rapid compression. Dimensional anchor, Izuku activated, creating spatial stability around himself as he grabbed all-for-one's arm. Gateway collapse imminent, return to original dimensional plane required immediately. Despite their adversarial relationship, Izuku wouldn't abandon anyone to the fate of being trapped between dimensions. A theoretical horror of perpetual spatial distortion without the stability of any reality plane. You would save me? All for One questioned. Genuine surprise evident despite his damaged condition. I would prevent unnecessary suffering, Izuku corrected, maintaining the dimensional anchor as he created a pathway back toward their original reality. Justice through proper containment, not dimensional torture. The return journey through collapsing dimensional space required unprecedented spatial precision. Izuku navigated fluctuating reality planes using his enhanced perception, maintaining protection around both himself and his captive, despite the increasingly chaotic environment. When they emerged back into conventional reality, the gateway was seconds from complete collapse, dimensional energy discharging in spectacular bursts as the connection between realities severed permanently. Hero teams had secured the facility, neutralizing remaining security forces and artificial users, while establishing containment protocols. Primary targets secured, Izuku reported, maintaining specialized spatial restrictions around all for one to prevent escape attempts. Gateway neutralized, dimensional stability returning to baseline. All for one, weakened by the dimensional transition and previous injuries, made no attempt to resist as specialized containment was implemented. His expression behind the damaged mask suggested not defeat, but scientific curiosity. You continue to exceed expectations, Experiment 616, he noted as security teams secured him with multiple quirk-suppressing technologies. Your dimensional navigation in unstable inter-reality space was unprecedented. A natural application of enhanced spatial perception, Izuku replied simply, maintaining vigilance despite all for one's apparent cooperation. The principles were evident in your own research data. As specialized transport prepared to remove all for one to a maximum security containment facility, the villain offered one final observation. Remember, Izuku Midoriya, across infinite dimensions, infinite variations of us exist. In some, our roles are reversed. In others, we work together toward common purpose. Reality is more malleable than even you currently comprehend. But in this reality, Izuku countered, your actions have consequences, and those consequences include answering for crimes across multiple dimensions. The operation concluded with all for one's successful transfer to a specially designed containment facility, incorporating dimensional stabilization technology to prevent spatial manipulation within its boundaries. The artificial spatial manipulators were secured for medical treatment and rehabilitation, while the gateway technology was dismantled for research under stringent security protocols. In the aftermath, Izuku focused on developing protective measures against potential future dimensional incursions. Working with international research teams, he created early warning systems designed to detect dimensional fluctuations consistent with trans-reality manipulation. The theoretical possibility of dimensional travel remains, he explained during the security briefing, but practical implementation requires resources and knowledge beyond current technological capabilities for most potential threats. His own abilities continued to evolve, enhanced spatial perception, allowing increasingly sophisticated applications beyond combat. Medical techniques utilizing precise dimensional manipulation showed particular promise, allowing treatment of conditions previously considered untreatable. Spatial reconstruction, cellular. The specialized medical technique allowed reorganization of damaged tissue at the cellular level, accelerating healing without the limitations of conventional regeneration. Recovery Girl collaborated closely on these applications, documenting unprecedented success in treating complex injuries. Dimensional harmonization. This supportive technique stabilized neural patterns in patients with conditions affecting brain function, creating balanced electromagnetic fields that promoted healthy neural activity. Early applications showed promising results for conditions ranging from seizure disorders to degenerative neurological diseases. Each advancement represented the transformation of Izuku's abilities from weapons to tools, from destruction to creation. The spatial manipulation initially forced upon him as an instrument of villainy had evolved into something entirely different under his guidance and ethical application. 6 months after All for One's capture, dimensional sensors detected another anomaly, similar to the communication attempt from the alternate Garaki, but with different frequency patterns and greater stability. Analysis suggested deliberate contact rather than emergency warning. Dimensional communication gateway detected, Izuku reported, monitoring the stable portal that had formed at precisely calculated coordinates. Signature suggests controlled formation from alternate reality plane. After establishing appropriate security protocols, Izuku established communication through the dimensional window. The response came in familiar but unexpected form, an alternate version of himself, recognizable despite subtle differences in appearance and costume design. Dimensional communication established, the alternate Izuku confirmed, his manner similarly precise but with noticeable variations in speech pattern. Confirmation requested, All for One successfully contained in your reality plane? Confirmed, Izuku responded, analyzing his counterpart with scientific curiosity. Transdimensional merger prevented. Containment protocols active. The alternate nodded with evident satisfaction. Similar outcome achieved across 17 monitored reality planes. Dimensional peacekeeping network suggests stability restoration at 94% across primary multiverse cluster. The revelation of a transdimensional network of counterparts monitoring and maintaining reality stability was fascinating, but contextually logical given recent events. If All for One had attempted dimensional merger in their reality, similar attempts in parallel dimensions seemed probable. Network participation protocol? Izuku inquired, recognizing the potential value of coordinated monitoring across dimensional planes. Transmission of dimensional resonance key in progress, his counterpart confirmed, sending complex spatial mathematics through the stabilized connection. Will enable secure communication with network representatives when dimensional stability threats detected. The exchange continued briefly, establishing protocols for future communication while sharing essential security information about remaining dimensional vulnerabilities. The parallel Izuku's final message suggested a broader perspective on their shared origins. Across all documented reality planes, those created as weapons chose to become shields. Spatial manipulation intended for destruction universally evolved toward protection. An interesting constant in dimensional variation. As the communication window closed, Izuku considered this observation with thoughtful analysis. Perhaps what All for One had never understood was that power itself wasn't inherently destructive or constructive. The application depended entirely on the choices of those who wielded it. His continued development focused increasingly on protective applications, creating dimensional shields around vulnerable locations, developing spatial techniques that could neutralize threats without causing harm, and refining medical applications that saved lives through precision manipulation. Room harmonic protection. The specialized technique created dimensional stability fields around critical infrastructure, preventing spatial manipulation or distortion within protected areas. Deployed strategically around hospitals, schools, and essential services, these protective domains ensured public safety against potential future threats. Each application represented the completion of a journey from experiment to protector, from creation to creator. The space between what All for One had intended and what Izuku had become was measured not in distance but in purpose, not in power but in application. Across dimensions, throughout reality planes, And within the infinite possibilities of space itself, Izuku Midoriya had defined himself not by his origins, but by his choices, not as a spatial manipulator, but as a spatial guardian. The domain he protected wasn't merely physical space, but the very concept of choice itself, the dimensional constant that separated heroes from villains across all realities.
A huge thank you to the legends who keep these what-if movies alive with their support. You all are the true MVPs. Pro Hero Tier, Caleb Times and Javon McQuire. Welcome aboard, heroes. Symbol of Peace Tier, Rayvon Crimson River, Dante Alistar, /Fable, Adam Yonkers, Blood Saints, MJ Brown, Omar Cousin, Donna Cafe, Zeph, KC, Assassin 24, Howie 60, Ignacio, Albert, Carlos Terry, Rafael Turan, and Kevin Hall. Your support means the world. Thank you for standing with the channel. Hope of the Universe Tier. I'm Calver, Major, and Cozy. You guys are absolute powerhouses. Thank you for going above and beyond to support the channel. Every single one of you is helping keep these stories alive, and I can't thank you enough. You're the reason we can keep exploring all these alternate timelines and reimagining anime worlds together. Much love to all of you.
And that's how AFO's twisted experiment accidentally created the most powerful hero student raised by the best underground hero. From Aisawa's protective father instincts to Deku mastering spatial quirks for justice, this backstory adds incredible depth to his character. Which dynamic interests you more? Deku overcoming his dark experimental past, or his heartwarming father-son bond with Aisawa? Let me know in the comments what other scenarios you'd want to see. If you're hooked on these MHA alternate stories, subscribe and hit the bell for more twisted what-if scenarios. Until next time, keep exploring the shadows of Hero Society.